had 4 wins, 2 losses, and one no result. That no result, of course, coming against the USMN 2. And probably had they been able to complete that match, might have been a different story in regard to the points table. But we are here. I'm joined, of course, by Al as well as Mikal, who will be coming in uh, the coming in shortly. Good morning, Al. How are you? Uh, what do you think about this game?
Good morning to VJ. But before I talk about the game, I just have to admit that I'm very disappointed. Anticipating a treat this morning, I didn't get it. Let's hope that I'll get a treat from this podium match. Jamaica versus the Windwards. When they first met, Jamaica lost by a mere 2 runs. Windward batted first, made 197 and bowled out Jamaica for 195. That was in Mavis early in the tournament. And so the Windwards, even though they're in fourth position, they still feel that they have a point to prove to get over to the Jamaican field, get over to the Jamaican field and get onto the podium to collect a bronze medal. Certainly the gold medal match will be determined between USA 1 and Barbados. We have the openers now, is about to start. Sean McKenzie.
The opening batsman is Stefan Pascal. Yes, and he's joined by Theo Edward at the non-striker end. Of course, Pascal is the second highest run scorer for the Windward Islands, seventh overall in the competition. He accumulated 249 runs at an average of 41.5 with a high score of 114 not out against Trinidad and Tobago. And this one is driving in the air and it's going to run to the boundary for 4. So positive start here. It was hit in the ear for a bit, but safely out of the reach of the man at cover. And so the Windwards record their first boundary of this innings in just the second delivery of the first over.
The field at St. Louis Ground is a multi-purpose field, and the goals that have been put aside to prevent the footballers from coming onto the field are on the side, and so it was a boundary and a goal as the ball went into the goal over the cover. But this is a young guy that Coach John Eugene believes can make it all the way. In his opinion, he's touted him as the best opener that he has seen in this tournament so far.
Oh, and this one is pulled over mid wicket for 4. So consecutive boundaries here. This one just short, and Pascal, who has been in really good form, actually, he was named the vice captain of the Dominica senior team recently. Of course, the Dominica senior team also features Alec Athanaze, who is the captain, as well as Kavem Hodge, who was dropped recently for the Test series against Australia. So, goes to show the confidence that the board has in Pascal, his leadership qualities. Oh, and he's looking to get aggressive again. It's high in the air. Man at mid off is coming around, and it just falls out of his reach. It seems like there was an incident with Pascal. He dropped his bat at the non-striker's end. So Pascal is looking to go hard here. Probably an ill-advised shot after he would have gotten 2 boundaries before. And luckily for him that it just fell away from that man at mid-off coming around. So a bit of an eventful first over here.
Well, Pascal is playing with disrespect and disdain to Sean McKenzie. He's actually chipping on the wicket. He chipped on the wicket on that one and tried to lift him over long off. The ball barely eluded the hand of the fielder here. Now he's gone back. So the fine leg has come up. McKenzie to Pascal. Beaten outside the off.
This one he was beaten outside the off stump. It's a good batting surface as we've seen here in Keon. It's yielded some good scores. Of course, it requires some application by the batsmen to get themselves in. Ooh, and this one, Fuller, and he's looking to drive this one. Just hits it to uh, David Dewar at mid on for single, and that concludes the opening over with the score on 11. So it's 11 without loss after over number one.
And that thing was struck out of the last ball of the over, and so you won't be seeing Theo Edward facing up to the opening bowler from another end. It will be Pascal again, and he seems to be confident, maybe at times overconfident in facing these bowlers.
See, has been in very good touch throughout the tournament. He has 150 and 100. He got a 50 against the USA men's two, and that was on the 15th of July in a victory uh, by 8 wickets. As we see, Kivandre Virgo, he's coming from the far end. Virgo, who is the joint, sorry, my apologies, he's the eighth highest wicket taker in this tournament so far with 11 wickets at an economy of 4.20. Ooh, and this one is back of a length, and he almost chopped that onto his off stump. So steady start by Virgo. Yes, Virgo, who has the best bowling figures of 4 for 37 against Guyana in that match. The Jamaicans would have beat Guyana by 5 runs on the 9th of July. This one clipped into the leg side just for a single. So Edward now would face his first delivery. It's at the end of over number two. They scored 12 without loss. And it does look like a good surface to bat on. It's, of course, we've used this pitch for 6 of the 7 matches that we would have had here. Sorry, it would be the 8th match that we have here at Keon. The first match was played on the strip on the furthest left on your screen. I've seen this pitch, of course. In that first game, there was 100 scored by Sahil Gag. Oh, and this one is slapping it for six. And that is an aggressive shot. It wasn't that much of a bad delivery. It was just short of a length, but he was able to hit to the line and it went against the wind as well. And so the first six registered in the third over. Pascal with a very aggressive start here.
Not only aggressive but disrespectful. To chip down to a pace bowler and lift him over how corner for six is treating him as if he's a spin bowler.
Yes, and I do want to apologize. It wasn't 100 in the first game. It was Switan who scored 85. Yes, but Gag did score 100 along with Shiva Stava. There's Fontaine who features for Jamaica as well. He got 100 here. Yeah,
Windward.
yeah, for the Windward Islands. Fontaine got that 100 against Guyana at this ground on the 12th of July.
And he's still in the shed while Pascal is roughing up these bowlers.
He plays this one nicely, guides it to third man. So smart batting from him. The boundary and then the single.
Well, those were the loud instructions coming from his camp. Be smart about it. They've seen him in an aggressive mode. They don't want him to get a rush of blood to the head and overdo it and make some silly mistakes. So they ask him to be smart about it. And hence, he's using that old time method of boundary and then no. And on this occasion, he opened the face of the bat and got a single down to third man.
Oh, and this one just bouncing off of a length. And Edward is taking his bottom hand off of his bat to just to ensure that he plays that one safely down. So it's not been that great of a start here by
I'm told Edward was very prolific at the honest 15 level, but yet to kick on at this level. Still a young chap.
sorry, it's
Both
Mackenzie.
Edwards and Fontaine are still very young. They will be playing in this tournament again next year.
This one is full and it's coming off the inner portion of the bat. Probably be disappointed that one was a bit of a half volley. And I was saying, Al, the pitch, we've played on it for 6 games now, and it does look like a pitch that has been used. It is firm, and do expect it to be good at least for the first innings. Of course, you can see the areas that the fast bowlers would scuff in their follow through, and that would provide some assistance for the spinners later in the day as the pitch gets more dry and it crumbles under the weight of the fast bowlers following through. It's also a bit of a wavy pitch. It's not really even per se. It seems to have just a few divots in it. Nothing too serious, but maybe a cause for some inconsistency in those areas.
Yes, he gets some lift, but it's very slow, so the batsman will have time to adjust.
So Mackenzie,
Not a vicious lift at all.
is it Mackenzie? He is a tall bowler. He has an athletic build, but he's not bowling with real venom here. A bit more of a steady bowler. This one played quietly into the offside to conclude the third over. The score 19 without loss.
All 90 ones to Pascal, which include a 6 and 2 fours, and he's really playing aggressively and with some disrespect to these medium fast bowlers.
So it's going to be Virgo to continue from the far end. As Pascal, he pulls out of uh, the crease. Of course, Pascal has shown great aptitude when hitting the ball to the offside. He had a bit of a blistering start in the game that he played here against Ghana as well. There was a few really nice cover drives in that innings, but we've seen more range of his hitting here. That one that he pulled over mid wicket as well. This one is badly lined down the leg side, given as wide.
There's a man out there, but score moved by one. 20, 20 without loss. Pascal Windies at 19. Edward notches off the mark. Two men out. The final leg has gone back, and there's a man at deep back, deep mid wicket. And so the third one has to come into the circle.
And this one is clipped into the leg side. They're gonna come back for two. That is very good batting by Pascal. There's a bit of a gap between the mid on and the man that is at deep square leg. There's a deep fine leg as well. There's a slip, short third man, a point cover, extra cover mid off. And he's looking to get down the pitch again. Pascal, he's looking to be positive in his intent so far.
And playing smart as well, because as you alluded to, the acres of space in the onside, and so he just kicked the ball into the onside. Took a two. Still wanted to be aggressive, chipped down the wicket. And again, the bowler is coming in too quickly. Every time Pascal starts tapping, the bowler is almost on him.
So,
He doesn't have a long, he doesn't have a long one for a medium pacer.
he is a well built player. Gets a good pace off of that short run up. He's not express pace, of course, but he's tall. He's athletically built as well, and he's just coming in off a midway run, I would say, a bit halfway between.
Maybe 12, 12, 12
Yeah, about
strides,
12 paces.
maximum 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And Pascal is hitting this one out to mid on again. Walking down the wicket, he points to where he wanted to hit that one, which was probably a bit straighter, trying to get it past the man there at mid on.
Yes, but he has to be careful, as advised by his team.
Oh, and this one is a half volley. He's hitting this one for. We're gonna wait. It looks like six. Yes, it is a six. It was a half volley in his arc, and he just stroked that one nicely to conclude the fourth over. The score now 28 without loss.
And he's being egged on by his camp and the type of stroke that he's doing. The first time he played that went straight to mid on, and he himself was pointing in the direction exactly where I wanted it. And lo and behold, the bowler threw up a half volley, and he put it exactly where he wanted it, over the rope, 6 runs, back past the bowler.
It's an ominous sign here by Pascal. He's already struck two fours and two lovely sixes so far in his innings. Edward has been really quiet. He hasn't scored any runs yet. He's been good support though. Oh, and he's played on. And this one, he has had a few inside edges so far, Al, but they were mostly from the far end. This one now from the pavilion end. And so Mackenzie gets the breakthrough, that one just back of a length outside the off stump. The batsman looking to play with a horizontal bat, getting the inside edge and is bowled. So the first wicket falls with the score on 28.
Never did get out of his mark, making 0 as pure Edward.
As the new batsman stride into the crease is Yoshino Fontaine Fontaine, the sixth highest run scorer in this tournament. He accumulated 252 runs at an average of 42 with just 100. He scored an even 100 against Guyana here, as I was mentioning, on the 9th of July. His second highest top score was 45 in a loss against the USA men's team 1. The men's team 1, of course, is playing the finals in Conakry against Barbados. I'll give you some updates on those other games being played throughout the day. But it's the uh, sixth and seventh highest run scorers now at the crease. And this is a pivotal partnership for the Windward Islands.
Yes, we did two most prolific batsmen at the crease, and these two, the coach has placed much confidence in them. Fontaine has been scoring centuries since under 50. He plays for under 15 Dominican. Now he's progressed to the under 19. He's still a young man, just about 16 years of age. He was from Dominica, and the coach is hoping that he'll go all the way to the senior team.
And he gets a good first delivery. The wicket keeper, it's Haji Nelson. He took a shot at the stumps and inquiring, of course, Nelson. He has the most dismissals overall in the tournament with 12.
And coincidentally, he's wearing number 12. But he's trying anything to get another wicket, as Fontaine may have gone on a walkabout, and Nelson brought him back to that by throwing on the stumps and asking if he had walked out of his crease. Luckily for Fontaine, he had not. That man played sedately down the track. The one added still 28 for 1, 28 for the loss of Sir Edward.
And he's getting nicely forward to this one. It's Fontaine. Of course, doesn't really need to do anything injudicious this early, especially with that man Pascal, who's been going well in this inning so far. Pascal is 27 from 16 deliveries. He's off to a bit of a flyer here. Some really good shots so far. This one is played quietly, and a quick single taken to mid on the man Dua. He was under pressure. Just one delivery left to negotiate for Pascal in this, the fifth over. Of course, the average first inning score here at Keon has been between 230 and 250 runs. It was 233 in the last game. Sorry, the average first inning score. At that time, of course, it would have changed just by a marginal amount. And this one is a slow delivery, and it's just wide of Dua running around at mid on. And Pascal gets to so living dangerously is Pascal. The score now after over number 5 is 31 for 1.
Yes, well, every time he gets a bit careless, his camp will shout out, be smart about it. He seems to want to attack everything. And now he's getting a bowler from Fontaine.
See, doesn't really need to get too aggressive. Does Pascal? He hits the ball really well. He has hit it really well in this inning so far. Got a huge 6 over, a long off in the previous over from Virgo. Virgo set to continue from the far end. Figures of 2 overs for 10 runs, no wickets. And this one is struck on the Paddy's Fontaine. We'll wait and see what the signal is from the umpire. Leg buys. So a bit of a muted appeal by the bowler and some of the fielders in the cover region. Pascal now back on strike. When he's playing this one on the up. Of course, it's not been a happy hunting ground for the Jamaicans here in Cairn. They lost that first game against the USMN team, won by 13 runs. And Pascali was looking to make room. Ooh, and that is a remarkable drop. It seemed to have hit him in the chest, and there was a loud thud as that fell to the number 42, Odain Bins, there at mid-on, and that may probably be a crucial drop in the context of this game. Pascal, he dropped on 29. Of course, you call that one a bit too early, Al.
Oh yes, Odion Beans has disappointed me. It was a skyer, a simple catch, straight from the practice ground.
Quick single now taken. Sorry, Al.
And he flowed it. I mean, it embarrassed me.
Yes, and I think he himself would be embarrassed as well. That missed the hands completely. It thudded into his chest. And we heard that thud from here, Al, way in the commentary booth. So he certainly yes, he misjudged that one severely. This one is.
Hope I didn't put it away at a point this time. He's learned his lesson. He's pulling it short of a length because if he knows that if it goes up too much in the arc of Pascal, he will disappear him over the boundary rope.
Son, Pascal, of course, he would have backed away to leg and tried to hit that one, and just ended up skying it to Bins there at mid-on. He's driving this one nicely. Wasn't a half volley per se. Cut forward nicely there at the end of over number 6. The score 34 for 1. Yes, and just want to say that it's indicative of what I think is contagious throughout the region. It's just poor feeling, and you have to take those chances. It was a yes, it went high. It was a skyer, but you are expected to take those chances. It would be probably one of the easier chances that would present themselves throughout the day. I do believe.
And the kind of move Pascal is in being dropped on 29, we try to add to see what damage he will do to his second innings.
Edward though on strike, and he's taking a quick single to the man there at mid-on. So the field for uh, Pascal, he's facing Roshan McKenzie. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a short fine leg. There's a slip, a deep third man, a point. A man now waiting to see. Yes, going out to cover. So he's gonna be sweeping on the cover boundary. There's an extra cover and a mid-off.
Barnes himself is placed at mid-off looking for that last edge drive, but he needs to go back a bit.
Ooh, and this is a lovely shot. And he's gonna get two. It's gonna run close to the boundary. Oh, and good work by the man running around at mid on. and the batsman crossed for three. I think the fielder was looking for some support by the man there at mid wicket. It looked like Binns. So Binns is under some pressure here in the field. It was a good effort by the man running around at mid on. He was able to stop it with some fancy footwork just inside the boundary. But I think he was under the impression that Binns was following him from mid wicket. But take nothing away from that shot. It was a lovely clip to mid wicket by Pascal, well timed.
Moves on to 33 quickly. Benz is the man in the doghouse right now. Dropped the catch and then did not give the support to Diwa as Diwa chased down that ball to the very boundary rope. Stopped maybe 6 inches inside the boundary rope. Looked back for support and there was no Benz.
And
Diwa had to come from his overrun, pick up the ball.
this is just the seventh over, Al, and I think that we can safely say there seems to be some level of deflation happening in the Jamaican camp. It's radio silence out there. Quick single now taken into the offside. There's a shy at the non-striker's end, but the batsman home comfortably. I say there seems to uh, been seem to be no encouragement, verbal support out there by the Jamaicans. It's really quiet. We don't normally see this level of quietness so early. Of course, it
As we would say in local parlance, Pascal mash up the speakers. He pulled the plug on them. Even if they're chirping, we're not hearing it because it's certainly not coming to the speakers.
he'll get a chance to continue to do so as he's on strike. And he's looking to walk down the wicket this time, hitting it to the vacant mid wicket region. It's going to run close again and again. Fancy footwork. This time, the man Binns is supporting from that straightish mid wicket region, but still the batsman crossed for three. So, better support by Binns there, but Pascal, he was unable to really time that one. He didn't seem to get it completely off of the middle, but still gets three.
Yeah, it was a tug more or less, not well timed shot like the first one. The first one was a nice,
Mhm.
pleasant on drive, clip through the gap, listen to this. Roughly pulled it through the left of Binns and to the right of Dewar and picked up 3-1.
And a full toss now, and he's clipping this one past Binns to his left. It's gonna run away for four. And so in this over, Roshan McKenzie's been guilty a bit of being too straight this time, a full toss, but well played by Pascal. No, sorry, that was Fontaine.
Well, the two batsmen are exploiting that region in between mid wicket. Rashawn Mackenzie being guilty of going too much up on the centre and leg stump, and the batsmen are working through the onside and getting some runs. In fact, it was 3, 4, and 3. It's 10 runs through the onside. The score is now 42 for 1. Edward, the man out who didn't score.
It's actually 46 for one.
Was it that boundary?
The manual scoreboard is just a boundary behind Al.
The battery's only a week. The battery
I
needs boundaries to man up
think
the
they
boundary.
can't keep up with the rate of scoring right now. Of course, Windward Islands, they're scoring just a shade over 6.5.
Voga to continue, and they've hidden Bin somewhere.
And this one clipped now to the man at deep square leg. They're gonna push for two and get there. So really good running by Pascal. He put some pressure on that man. It looks like Vitel Laws coming from the deep square leg boundary. Laws, of course, he's the number one ranked bowler in this tournament with 14 wickets, and he'll certainly be looking to get into the action as soon as possible, and probably as early as the 11th over after the power play is finished.
Yes, with his leg spin, he has done much damage. But for the moment, he's out there at the boundary.
And Pascal now is hitting this one, and it's gonna go for six. I thought the man Laws would have had a chance there, but it just kept going. And Pascal now, He has his third six of the inning, so he continues along his merry way. He's now 44 from 25 deliveries with two fours and three sixes, striking at 176.
The way Pascal was playing and the way that man in position, he will not get to it because they are laughter, joy, and pulls.
And this time he's trying to get a bit cute to run that one down to third man. Of course, third man is in the circle. There's a slip, third man, point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on. A man at deep square leg and deep fine leg. Pascal again pulls out. I think that's about the third or fourth time he's done that to Virgo.
But Virgo only has 10, 12 steps in his run up, so he has to be ready very early.
On this one, you can see Virgo put some extra effort into that one. He bent his back. It was just back of a good length and rising. But Pascal himself is a tall man, was able to get on top of it and just play it softly into the offside.
The way Pascal is playing, that man out of his collect money did great.
Oh, and this one, he's chipping down the wicket and swinging it away over mid on for four. And Pascal, he moves on to 50.
Yeah, he's at 50 years.
Oh, it was given as six. Yes, so he does move on to 50. I thought it went for four, but it was signaled six by the umpire. So Pascal looking imperious here. He's 50 from 28 deliveries with two fours and four sixes. And he did present an opportunity on 29 to ordain bins that was dropped at mid on. So he's punished them so far for that drop. And this time he's cracking this one through cover for four, cover point actually. And so that is a lovely shot. It was wide outside the off stump, not particularly a half volley, but got on top of it and just caressed it to that gap between cover and point. And so the score now races on to 64 for one in over number eight.
Score is 64 and Pascal is 54.
Yes, 18 runs coming from that last over. So the Jamaicans leaking runs here. Of course, they
8 to Fontaine, 0 to Edwards, and one or two extras make up the total of 64 for the Grenadines. In a rush, in a hurry.
this
They
this
probably have to go this afternoon. They're going beach.
this partnership now were 36 from just 23 deliveries. And I'm not sure if they're in a rush because they're batting first. But I think what they're going to do is probably pummel the Jamaicans into some submission before the second innings begins. They're doing a good job so far. We see a change in bowling. Rivon Morgan, he's coming from the pavilion end. Of course, our umpires for today, Kashif Sandy, is uh, uh, Revon. He's overseeing the pavilion end. What is Philip August? He's at the far end, and Kareem Tate is the third umpire. And they've had some exercise, the umpires. It's been
The way Pascal is batting, we now know they're the other one.
yes, it's been a very eventful first 8 overs. Of course, we've had a wicket and we've had a few good boundaries.
Pascal breaking loose.
Yes, Pascal, he seems intent on getting a good score. Well, he's already started. He's on his way to getting an even bigger one. When this one is clipped nicely to that man just forward of square.
Look like bins.
Yes, Bins, of course, would be ruin that job chance. He's cost them so far 25 runs. Ooh, and this one played nicely on the up by Fontaine. They're probably going to push for two and get there. A good pickup, though, by the man there sweeping on the cover boundary, but unable to stop the two. It looks like Brian out there, number 32. Tyreek Bryan, of course, he's the 12th highest uh, run scorer in this tournament. Oh, and this one played nicely again. So it looks like a really good pitch to bat on. Good bounce and carry. Doesn't seem to be much movement for the bowlers.
Well, so far Pascal has shown no respect to medium pacers. Let's see what he do with Morgan. He takes a few balls or two to
Oh, and this one is played nicely to mid on. It's David Dioa who's been busy from this end as the over now concludes. A quiet one based on the trajectory of the game so far. Only 3 runs coming from it. Over number 9. The score 67 for 1.
largely constructed by Pascal, who is already into his 50s, scoring over nearly at 200
Yes, he's striking at 186.
by now. Yeah.
Fontaine though has provided good support. He's 11 from 16. A lovely boundary clip to mid wicket. He does seem strong on the leg side as he takes another single to the man there at mid on. Gets the aggressive Pascal back on strike. Pascal, of course, would be looking to maximize this over. It's the final over of the first power play, of course. Only two fielders allowed outside the circle, and we can uh, probably 90% assume, Al, that a spinner is going to be introduced in the next over.
My bet is Laws will come in.
This one played nicely. And so there's a change in the field. There's a man at a long on. There's also a deep forward square. There's a fine leg. So it's a 7-3 field, but there's no one on the leg side forward of square in the circle. Pascal is looking to chip down the wicket. It goes high in the air, and the number 7 it is looking to run back and take a catch. Revan Morgan unable to do so, just out of the reach, out of his reach. Pascal crosses for 2. So he's living a bit dangerously. Pascal, he has presented a few of those opportunities. Of course, he did hit one over mid off from the pavilion end. That was just like that, just out of the reach of the fielder.
Living by the sword.
And he's clipping this one nicely. Got down the track, and it's gonna challenge the boundary. Well timed and goes for 4. That was a lovely shot. That is just pure timing. He didn't look to overhit it. He got down the track, rolled his wrist on it, and it flew away to the mid wicket boundary. There is a man at a deep, deep square leg. He just had a few paces to go to his left, maybe about 10, 20 yards, but he was beaten. No chance there. So Pascal, he continues. Lovely batting, good timing.
He got down the wicket and used mostly his wrist to time that ball through the mid wicket region. Now they're raking him back as I suggested before. He needs to come a bit more to his left. That man out there, I think, is Laws.
Ooh, and this one is played on the up. Pascal is looking ominous here. And the Jamaicans would love to see the back of him for sure. If he carries on at this rate, they could be chasing a huge total here. It probably might go on to score the highest total of the tournament so far. Pascal is looking to go down the wicket again. This time it drops to the man at cover. No, I think it's Morgan. Yes, number 7. It's Revan Morgan who was coming from the pavilion end. So Pascal, his enterprising innings ends on 55, and it was really a great innings in the context, a very short one. but it was laden with some great shots, four lovely sixes and three fours. So the Windward Islands lose their second wicket on the final delivery of the 10th over. They score now 73 for 2. Pascal, for he departs for 55. New batsman coming to the crease is number 27, Devonte McDowell. Sorry, the new batsman is number 21. It's Luvio Charles, the wicket keeper. So success finally for the Jamaicans, and that was certainly the wicket they would have wanted to take. Uh, as we see now, the introduction of that man Vitalas. Vitalas is a left-arm Chinaman bowler. Chinaman, of course, is just left-arm wrist spin, and he has had a really good tournament, as I was mentioning earlier. He has 14 wickets, the leading wicket taker uh, of the tournament overall, with an economy of 3.38 and best bowling figures of 4 for 23 against the USA men's team 2. He did also have a really good spell against the USA men team 1 in the first match here, and him alongside Tamari Redwood would have really uh, obliterated the middle order of the USMN team. One, of course, in that game, the Jamaicans were unable to bowl out the USMN team one when they were just about 109 for 8, and their last two wickets would have added 100 runs, and their score of 209 was enough to keep the Jamaicans at bay by 13 runs.
Unfortunately, Law's overs were finished by the time Switan was on his rampage, and so they were able to get up to a decent score of 200 and just over 200.
So the new batsman, Charles, is taking his guard. He's a left-handed batsman, the first we've seen in this inning so far. So the field follows. There's a long off and a man sweeping on the deep extra cover boundary. There's a extra cover in the circle. A man at point, shorted man slip on the leg side. There's a short fine leg. A man at deep mid wicket and a mid on. This one is clipped nicely into the leg side for a single. Here's some encouragement from the Windward Islands, who are close to the commentary position.
I'm gonna put on my phone the calculation. We win out. Okay, cool. My man shop.
Ooh, and this one is flighted nicely, tempting the batsman. And after some hesitation, the batsman crossed for a single, more at the behest of the non-striker Fontaine. He was sticking around and looking to see where that ball was going, but called to by Charles. One delivery left to negotiate.
Coincidence, I gotta go.
When this one is short and he's cutting it to that man sweeping on the cover boundary. So quiet start by Laws. Just 4 runs coming from that over. The score 78 for 2 at the end of over number 11. So I will take a short exit from the commentary position as we welcome Wilman McCall.
78 for 2 was a solid start. That was blistering pace from Pascal. And then Frontal introduced after Edward departed for the duck across the screen. Just played circumspect so far. He's moved on to 14. And then Pascal departed. One man celebrating in his heart must have been O'Dane Vince as Dewar took the catch. And now we've seen the introduction of Bouvier Charles, who plays up to another medium pacer. Tucked into the outside. Easy one. One. Easy two. As Charles comes out for the second one. Moves on to four. Score goes over 80 for 2. McCall.
Good morning, Al. Good morning to the audience, both listening and viewing. A good game in prospect as we look at Pascal, who departed a little earlier. He set the field alight with his strokes, and this one is bowling. Look like he's bowled, totally, completely beaten and bowled. Yeah, that ball was lined up just about center and off. He was trying to get back and across. Apparently, the pace, he was beaten by pace, and the ball crashed into the top of off stump. So he's out bowled. That was Charles, bowled by Morgan.
Yes, well, Morgan was trying hard all morning. He was the first change bowler. With a gentle medium pace, a little movement, and that one dipped back at Charles. He was going disappointed in himself.
Yeah, he's wondering.
Negotiate, and I really did hit something as the ball went over the top of the keyboard, all the way down to the boundary. And while the umpires now break for a snack, now 18 for 3.
Yeah, it's a position I thought I would come and say it was a position of strength before he got bowled, but 11 overs been bowled and 80 for 3. The run rate is 7.6, which is quite a healthy run rate, and the projected score was 353. Yeah, 7.06 is the current run rate. That was set up, of course, by the aggression of Pascal, who departed for 55.
But Charles is so livid with himself that we're hearing a lot of noise in the dressing room. Welcome back. We resuming after water break. The signals the first hour of play. Started at 10, 1 hour gone. We've seen 81 scored. We've seen 3 wickets go down. Pascal, after a blistering start, Edwards didn't trouble the scoreboard. And just now we saw Charles being bowled. A short one, leaving it outside the half stump. Nelson picks up 1 bounce.
Fontaine remains on 14 from 20 deliveries. He gives me the impression he's an accumulator of runs over time and over balls. He has had 1-4, and it was a perfect foil for Pascal, as it was, who was going at a really good run rate. Here's one played down to the extra cover area by one Murray, Custon Murray, driving pleasantly past the short extra cover, ran down for 2 runs. And so he has opened his tally. And the Windward's 82 for 3. And still going at 7.13 per over.
Over is teasing and testing outside the house stump. Murray is not interested. Allows it to go by.
I was thinking that that Pascal could have been a lot more careful. I mean, he was scoring quite freely. Of course, he was being innovative.
A Yorker, dug out by Murray.
Yeah, he was stepping down to the faster bowlers, and quite successfully so too. And I thought, having had such a good start, he would have cooled down after a bit and continued to bat. But that was not to be. He went again, and he was caught at in the short extra cover area when he went to go aerial once again.
His blood was flowing, as we'd say. The blood was rushing to his brain. And despite the cries from his bench to play it smart, he attacked once too often, recklessly. And now he's in the ignition for that.
Yes. And I was
Odin Binns, who dropped him on 29, was celebrating as he made 60.
I was suggesting that he should take it easy, because there's a cricket is a strange game. You can have the advantage now, as we look at
Laws, short, pull into the answer, to the gap. Get at least one as a man of the sweeping on the mid-wicket boundary, Washer and Mackenzie.
yeah, I was saying that, with all that blistering start that he had, if something is to happen now and Fontaine gets out, we may very well see the Windward struggle, to put a formidable score on the board.
These laws, giving back to him, and just squeezing his fingers, he's showing a bit of pain. Number 21, Vital Laws, the bowler from the southern end. A miscued shot going into the short mid-wicket area. No one.
Yeah, Murray have to be careful. He could play outside the line of this one, as he did the last time, taking the inside edge and running out to the short mid-wicket.
Shorter, tapped into the offside. No one.
By and large, the Jamaicans have been fairly okay in the field. I give them a 70% up to this point. There were 1 or 2 flaws, a few opportunities that went a begging because they were struck away from the fielder. But there was one miss when Pascal was dropped, and the resounding thump into the young man's chest was it was quite audible.
Doesn't drive out to the offside.
Feel that. Yeah, the Jamaicans are playing it pretty safe now, given the onslaught from Pascal. Things have settled down quite a bit for them. The run rate is now down to 6.54, and the projected score is down to 327. That is still, if the run rate is 327. If the if the run rate, of course, uh, if if the run rate is maintained at 6.54, would be 327.
That's correct. The math is right.
Huh?
The math is
Maths
right.
right.
That
Yeah.
don't seem getting nowhere 300.
250.
Just under 250 in my
Okay.
estimation.
Here's Fontaine facing. Clipped away down to mid wicket. This could run into the boundary. That's 4 runs. There's no one out there. The bowler Vogo is guilty, of course, of, as we say, bowling not bowling to his field. If you have 5 or 6 guys on the offside, you bowl in such a way that you will utilize those guys. If you're bowling too straight, you get hit on the onside. There were only 3 people on the onside, and as a result of that, it went away for 4 runs.
Try not to straight, try not to go close out or off stump. Since he came on, he was guilty of doing that. Since he was bowling from the southern end.
This is Morgan. Walked again into the short mid wicket area. No runs. And Fontaine being one of the informed batsmen in this competition, having scored at least 100 and even 100 in a game at this venue. He could be eyeing another 100 if you give him the opportunity to. He's now on 19 from 23. I've already struck 2 wonderful boundaries and hoping for more.
We're looking to settle down now, but Virgo has other ideas. Short, outside off stump.
This is Morgan.
Fuck.
It's Morgan.
Wide. Morgan, sorry.
Yes.
With the number 7 jersey. Kevlon Morgan, the wicket taker.
Yeah, he has bowled 2.2 overs, no maidens, 12 runs, 1 wicket, and Laws 2 overs for 7 runs.
Looking a single here is Fontaine.
And as we normally say, whenever the spinners get going on this wicket, it gets very difficult for the batsmen to score freely.
Here's Morgan again. Murray this time. Again outside off stump. And this time legal. Scores now 91. 91 for 3. But Jamaica has persisted with a medium pace from one end and one spinner from the other end.
Yeah, that's Laws. Vittel Laws, 2 overs for 7 runs.
That drive with a straight up to man and mid off. No one, no harm. No change to the score. 91 for 3.
Yeah, and that represents a rather comfortable position at this point in time. It's only 13 overs. They're up to almost 100 for 3, and with Fontaine still entrenched, once he gets entrenched, he will be there for a long time. That one was outside the off stump, left alone by the man Kurt Murray, collected by the wicket keeper. That's the end of the 14th over, 91 for 3, and we'll see the bowling of Laws in the next over, Vittel Laws, number 21 on his jersey, as the umpires take their position and the fielders all go back to their various positions as the action is from the pavilion end.
Well, the third position, he has a slip. Gentleman a backward point, there's extra cover short, there's a mid off, a long on, short mid wicket, backward square, and a man sweeping at the mid wicket boundary. Laws with his Chinaman, short, tapped out into the offside, they have time for a signal. But they can get 2, change their minds, wisely so, and that is a clean win to the man out there.
Of course, we have a nice stiff breeze. Al will tell me it's coming from the southeast. And here's one stroke down to the long on area for a single. That's by Kurt Murray. and this brings Fontaine into um, back into strike. Yes,
He's accumulating his runs quietly. Got knocked out 22.
21 of 25.
Edge
Oops.
in past the captain down two slips. It will go into the boundary. Will it? No. But we just stop short. And 1-1, they can 1-2. And they run three. Quickly trying for the end. And a miss one out very lost.
Yes, that one was edged between the slip and the keeper, actually. It went down to the all along the ground. It went down to the boundary. The slip ran away, and he uh, threw to the keeper, who eventually relayed it to Laws, who was in position, but it was may not have been a throw that was quite accommodating. He fumbled it, and he allowed the batsman to get in. But there was a chance for a run out as the batsmen were turning for three.
3 runs to 110 on edge. Lost again. Murray covers up. Coach has confidence in the batsman. Murray bowlers both bat and bowl. All around performance. And another one in the lineup still is Scott Murray.
Crisply driven out to short extra cover by Kurt Murray. Uh, Quite a crisp looking drive.
Sorry, the other one is Costin Murray.
Yeah, this one is Kurt. Played quietly into a short mid wicket area, and no runs resulting. End of the 15th over, Al. It's 96 for 3 yet. The projected score has fallen on to 320 from 327.
He's going to continue to fall.
Yes.
This is the introduction of Tamari Redwood, another leg spinner who picks up wicket and normally keeps things tight. But for the moment, Mr. Reverend Morgan will continue. He bowled Charles, bowled down Charles, pick up at least one wicket so far. And being reasonably miserly with his runs. Apart from that keeper which had through mid wicket, most of the runs have come through singles or beaten outside half stump.
Here's Morgan
Back
bowling
to the
to Murray,
offside.
slammed away to the offside. There's a man, the sweeper runs from cover all the way around to, well, it was on the point boundary he was, and he collects. Sorry,
Vogel was the man out there doing the sweeping duties. But that one had runs written all over it. Didn't realize that they had a sweep out there. Beat the man at backward point, at the cover point area. Here he comes again. Shot. Searching for it outside our stump. Finding nothing. Beaten, I would say.
Yeah, Murray seems to be a guy who can hit the ball sweetly when he does, and that's why the coach seems to be in quite high praise of him.
Here we go through the gap. We get four. As the field has given up now. 4 1.
Yeah,
For Murray.
ball up to him. He simply clipped it in the mid wicket area, away from the present fielder, and he got 4 runs for it. In fact, the onside is not very well populated. There are only 3 people. If you bowl 2 straight, chances are you would be hit through that area, and not often it's either 2 or 4.
And he has a 6-3 field. Now he's gone back to the line of the captain one just outside half stump. Beating Murray. The 6 on the outside, he has a mid off, extra cover, man at point, cover, man sweeping at the cover boundary, and a third man. Wicketkeeper Nelson as Murray comes forward, nudges it into the offside.
Yeah, Morgan is quite short for a fast bowler, and there was no height. Beautifully struck through the extra cover area. There's a fumble. but the batsman cannot score because the fielder retrieves quite quickly. I was saying that Morgan is pretty short by comparison to the other two fast bowlers. We're not saying short persons cannot bowl quickly. We remember people like Malcolm Marshall and others who were very quick. There was one as well from Antigua called Vaughan Walsh. Was one of the quicker bowlers that I've seen, and so height is not a precursor for a great fast bowler. Yeah, yeah. So I saw one bowler from the USA USA men too. Yeah, I was telling about a piddy, pretty tall. Yeah, piddy. Yeah, but his run is very well. It's not smooth. Yes. A quick single. The turning over the strike is important. Uh, the ball was struck to the man at deep extra cover or short long off area, and he ran in. Though even though he ran in quickly, the batsmen got themselves a single.
There is Laws to Fontaine. Quietly into the outside. Slip comes around field. No one. While we're discussing this, the score has crept up to 113 now for 3.
Is that so?
Tucked into the onside, down to back with a square. Single.
Yeah, the score is really 103 or 104 for 3 instead of 113. The scoreboard seemed to be, yeah, going helter skelter. I began to speak about the wind, Al, and the intensity of the wind. Would that affect Laws and his
Should get some
movement of the
drift
ball?
away from the batsman. But he's not a leg spinner. So probably drift in the air and then turn when it hits the wicket.
Yeah.
We're not seeing the effect of that right now. It's a stiff onshore Atlantic breeze coming from the southeast, a bit more easterly than south, coming from right to left on your screen.
Mhm. End of the 17th over. 104 for 3 is our score. Kurt Murray is 10 from 24, and Fontaine is 27 from 30. And the Windward Islands, 104. Current run rate 6.12, and projected score of 306. A ball punched down to the man at point, fielded and relayed back to the bowler. Well, they say it says Morgan is still operating. No, the fielder was Redwood. Okay, there we are. Um, Again, the ball worked out to mid wicket, short, and no runs resulting. He would have to be a lot wider on the offside to prevent the ball being worked away to the onside for either 2 or 4. Yes.
Here is Murray trying to chop it down. Late plays late. Murray's leave it alone. In fact, it's wide. So called by Oggies.
Yeah, right. The Jamaicans have been fairly okay as it relates to extras. They have not been that indiscreet. Um, Single to Fontaine down to um, mid-on, and the feeling.
Dashing off, forcing the players to come in quickly, and then not taking up cleanly, as we saw in the last two occasions.
This partnership has yielded 24 runs from 34 balls. The 18th over is in progress, and the Windwards, of course, are trying to rebuild after the loss of those 3 wickets. And having had a good start, I see 250 on the cards for them.
And I want to agree with you. Just over 200, anywhere between 200 and 250. I say anywhere between 225 and 250. If they continue this way, with Fontaine and Murray, the other Murray brother can also bat according to Coach John Ujiji. A crisp drive through extra cover, but fielded well by the man there. It looks like the captain.
So that signals the end of the 18th over. And focus 106 for 3. We have the bright sunshine with us, Al. It's not as hot as other times. There's a projected total heating today of about 89. Well, off and on. That depends, of course, on the nice wind that we are blowing from southeast.
English might say a lovely day for cricket.
As we normally say.
Cool breeze, sun not too hot,
Yeah.
and willing and anxious players to get on with it. Going well prepared for batting and spinning.
As
Yeah.
is Laws.
Shot, pushed into mid wicket, no run. Laws again. Fontaine. Ooh, gasp. And that's a little bounce and turn from Laws.
Yeah, I got the impression that Fountain was aiming for a big pull shot, but the movement made him change his mind.
But a bit too short is Laws. Now he's up to the bat. Pleasant drive to extra cover. Fielded cleanly. No run. 106 for 3. On the uphill battle, trying to get to the 200 mark. Too wide to threaten anything with a bat or stumps. Fountains allows it to go by. Well, the general plan, according to John Eugene, coach, is to bat the 50 overs. They've batted 18 so far, and have included 100 ones. Here's a cut to the man down there, backward point. He fumbles it and then creeps on all fours to clean up his work.
Much is dependent upon Mr. Fontaine to maintain his cool and keep going so that the Windwards could have a score on which a score that they can defend and even win this game, because this is playing for the number 3 position, 3 and 4.
Yes, a battle for a podium spot, as 1 and 2 is being played by Barbados and the USA men's team. The USA men's team was batting first. After some 10 overs, they had gotten to 45 for 1. Amanda Gill was out. Gag and Shiva Stavo were batting at the moment, the 2 top batsmen for USA. From time to time, we'll bring you some updates as to how that game is going. But this is the battle for the 3rd spot. At the end of that game between Barbados and the USA men's team, that would be gold and silver decided. Winner goes gold, loser takes silver. Here, the winner takes bronze and the loser cries. Another person drive to the outside, yields no runs.
Yeah. Murray is hitting the ball beautifully, not taking any risks, and he intends to stay with Fontaine. He's a quick,
Chance for one out again, quick single. Redwood again didn't pick up cleanly. I think that's the ply. They forced them, ease the ball to them, dash off with a single, and in their anxiety, they're not picking up cleanly.
yeah. Kurt Murray apparently playing with softer hands in that instance, and pushing for a quick single, and Virgo did not collect cleanly.
This time, they have the single arm because the ball was played away from Nikolai McKenzie in the cover area, and Fontaine was able to get a single as well. 2 singles so far in this over. Brings back Kurt Murray into strike. Was just gotten into double figures. This time he blocks. Wow, defensive. Vijay, win 66. There's no 66 here.
Yeah. So here is Morgan. Morgan rapped on the pad, a loud question asked. The umpire did not respond, and therefore we will assume it's not out. But a ball that was delivered to Kirk Murray wrapped him on the pad, and the umpire decided he was not out, and he's in the best position to determine those things. Morgan. Mhm. That's the end of the 19th over. The 20th over has now been completed, and the Windward Islands are 110 for 3. Murray is 13 from 32, and Fontaine is 29 from 40. So Fontaine is doing his normal bit of occupying the crease and soaking up some balls on which he can build and then capitalize later. Of course, the bowling Laws 5 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, no wickets, and Morgan 6 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, 1 wicket. We have Laws coming from the pavilion.
Hold hard. The boundary down there, but the man is down there. Yep, the man is down there doing the feeling. Limits the batsman to just
1 1.
1-1. Brings Murray into strike. Laws to Murray up to the bat. Brings firmly out to mid off. No one. 1-1-1 for 3. A short ball smacked into the offside. Easy single. So Fontaine will face again. Fontaine meanwhile has eased up to 30. Quite accumulator, you see. He has been doing so without much risk. Here he comes again. Into the onside, asking for the single, misfield, he gets it in the end. 31 to him. 113 for 3.
Laws trying his best to break this partnership or to restrict it. And Murray is now facing Laws. Full toss. Struck away down to deep backward square leg for 4 runs. That's by Murray. And Murray has not played many shots in anger. But this one was full toss. And it was struck away to the deep backward square leg boundary for 4 runs. Of course, the score moves on to 118 for 3. Murray moves up to 18. He's also a slow accumulator. Al doesn't seem to play much in anger, and he hits the ball crisply.
Well, this is exactly what is needed at this time. A lot of overs to go. Another short ball. Disappointed that he only could pull it to mid-wicket to the man, DeMarcus Scott, who's doing some emergency fieldsman work. Another substitute failure.
Short delivery, not dispatched as it should have been. Apparently, the movement is what made it difficult.
This one he's covering up. No one.
End of the 21st, 118 for 3. You were saying earlier that if Fontaine is to remain, they would be able to make a really good score. If he is to depart at this point in time, the Windwards may be struggling. But then Fontaine is difficult to dislodge given he doesn't take many risks. Pascal is one who took quite a few risks and he got through with it up to a point. But then, nothing lasts forever. So Fontaine is actually 31 of 42 runs, or 42 balls,
he needs
with 2 fours.
He's taking his own their time, which is what the coach wants. And now we see the introduction of Redwood as Morgan takes a rest. To Murray Redwood, right hand leg spin, trial ball.
There's a slip, a point. There's a cover, extra cover, and the man on the cover boundary sweeping, long off. As he bowls short, the ball turns away from him and into the hands of the keeper. There's also a shot backward square, and the man on the deep mid wicket boundary. Of course, there's also one on the long on boundary. Short chopped away down to cover, and 1-1 resulting. So the Redwood from the northern end, that is, or the Copperhead end, and ball into Fontaine. He comes back. That's Fontaine or Kirk?
As Scott Murray.
Murray, yes. Chopped down to short extra cover. Right arm leggy. This one spins away, takes the edge, and it comes down to third. And the man runs away from point and retrieves. And there is 1-1.
Dewar came on quick to prevent any thought of a second one as that one took the outside edge away from the man that slipped. Didn't give Nicole McKenzie a chance of gathering anything. It was all along the ground, and so they got a single easily. Here is Redwood again to bowl. This time he's back, chopping it down into the ground. McKenzie of the Nicolai variety fields. No one. Windward has been playing for this on the 19th side for quite a while. He's still quite young. Short. Pulled to mid-wicket. There's a man out there though. 1-1. None for the throw. Just 1-1.
There's another option. Ali could have waited for it and touched it past the slip again. It was short enough for him to do just about anything like that.
Well,
and given the fact that he was moving away to slip, but he pulled it away to mid-wicket. And
I think he was going to allow averages. There are 6 fielders in the outside and 3 in the on.
So he went where there are fewer persons.
Yes.
Okay. So 121 for 3. Overs 22. Moe moves to 19 and Fontaine to 33. Because the new bowler is Nikolai Mackenzie. He's going to take it from the pavilion end, replacing Laws. And yes,
Fontaine was on 32 face. Change of bowling. Earlier we had Rashawn Mackenzie. I think they are brothers. This one now is Nikolai Mackenzie. Bowling to Fontaine. Fontaine's drive to the outside was straight to the man at extra cover, short extra cover. No one. It was full. But Fontaine knows exactly how to accumulate ones. He's a centurion in this tournament so far, and accustomed to making centuries at the lower level, the under 15. He cuts again straight to a man. Here is Nikolai Mackenzie after delivering 2 dot balls. Good so far. Outside off stump. Floating with a wide. Sandy gives him the benefit of the doubt. 3 dot balls. But Fontaine is not bothered. He has time. Over number 23 in progress. Cuts well. This one will challenge the fielder, but he gets there in time. Meanwhile, they collect 2 runs.
Fontaine could be a dangerous guy, given the fact that he takes his time and he accumulates, and you don't even realize. And when you turn around, he has 50 without playing one shot in anger, and so he's slowly accumulating. He has 35.
15 away. Now he drives up to mid-off. He will get a single. Jogs through for that single.
And we are saying all that these days we need a few players like that around the West Indies team.
Now you're going to cause me pain by calling any West Indies.
Yeah, we need people to accumulate runs. Outside the off stump.
This time,
wide.
This time, you see the wrath of umpire Sandy.
Yeah. But the Jamaicans have done well. They have not overdone it in terms of the wides. You have teams that were very erratic. Cut away.
Down to vacant third man area. Ball holds up just inside the boundary. Meanwhile, the batsman walked through for 2. 2 more to the score.
And 2 more to Murray. He's 21. And 127 for 3. End of the over for one Mackenzie, Nikolai Mackenzie. And of course, the projected score is trending downwards, 276. And the scoring rate, of course, down as well to 5.52. When Pascal was around, it was up to 7 plus per over. And now it is falling, but not steeply, because we have a slow accumulation of runs, which kind of keeps it balanced. 5.52 current, and the projected score 276.
Swung it to the onside by Fontaine, just 1-1.
So here's Redwood once again from the northern end. Short, chopped away down to the cover boundary, and a single. So Redwood and Laws prior to him did not create quite a bit of. They didn't create as many problems as they did when they came here first. Laws was quite unplayable at one point, and but now it seems as though the wicket is not as accommodating as it was then. Full toss,
and it was called no ball immediately, high above the waist. pulled to the backward square leg boundary area, cut off, but now it'll be a free hit because both umpires called the no ball. That one slipped out of his hands, as we would say.
Well, that one was above the waist in no ball, and as a result, he's been punished for his transgression by awarding a free hit to this batsman. Let me see what will be the results of this.
Let's see if he's really punished or he will get away with it. Gets away with it as a batsman, let go on. Mighty swing into the onside, missed and may have been stumped, but cannot out stumped off of a free hit.
I think you could be. Yes? You could be run out but not stumped. Okay. Play quietly out into the offside.
Good comeback, good control from Redwood on this occasion.
But we speak about the control of many of these wrist spinners. There is one that way down to the square cover boundary for a single. Yeah, control is one of the problems with the wrist spinner. Though he's dangerous in terms of he has the ability to take out entire teams. The wrist spinner on a given day, but control is always one of the problems.
They would tell you that they need to practice the craft almost daily. Go in the nets and put up 100 balls. Control with the coach. Delivering it exactly where you want to deliver it, as they tend to bowl full and sometimes short.
Mm-hmm.
They will put in their cones and ask them to bowl to that cone 100 times per day. And then we, looking at TV, we see the finished product. We don't see the work that they have to put in to get that finished product.
That is correct.
Someone like Shane Warne and Adam Zampa, the leg spinner, the latter being the leg spinner of Australia, who did some damage.
Yes, it's 133 for 3. As we look at the 133 for 3. Fontaine is 40, looking toward the half century, and Murray is 22. And of course, we outside a ball that is pitched just about leg stump, maybe moving down. He tried to pull. Let me see what the umpire says.
Yeah, the signal wide.
Wide, it's a wide.
They'll get 3-1 to the score. Fontaine will miss out because it was down the leg side. He was looking to put it into the vacant back of the square boundary. Made no contact. The wicketkeeper couldn't collect. And he went down to the northern end boundary. Didn't go into the boundary. They got 2.
Is Nicola Mackenzie again.
Into ball to Fontaine. He's driving pleasantly. We'll get a single this time. Goes on to 41, 9 short of his 5th half century.
This brings Murray into strike. No, Fontaine is on strike. Oh, that's Murray. Okay, he drives pleasantly down the ground for a single. That takes him to 23.
Similar in build and similar in style in play. I understand why we're getting mixed up. But this one is Fontaine facing. Mackenzie gets back and slaps it to the outside. Chance for 1 and only 1. As the fielder converges on the ball and sends back a good throw.
Partnership worth 50. In fact, 58 from 80 balls between Kurt Murray and Fontaine. Of course, this will help to stabilize the Windward Islands innings as they would look toward 250 the projected score is 284.
Well, an upward battle, trying to get up to 200 first. Small targets. The next target for them would be 150, which is 12 away.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, not to lose any wickets.
Sometimes when you look at cricket, you look at certain teams, you will know there wasn't a plan. There was no plan for them to chase down certain runs. Just the way they organize themselves, you will know. But the Windward seem to have a plan here, and of course,
And drive, next hour coming up.
so we're looking toward the break. All 140 for three. The umpires are taking their snacks down, so I'll give way. I'll give way to VJ, and he will take it from here. That's the end of over number 25.
Welcome back to St. Mary's Park in Keon as we're about to resume after the water break. And we just want to give you a bit of an update on the other matches being played today. There's the fifth place matchup between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. Trinidad 91 for 5 after being inserted by Guyana. In the seventh place match between the Leeward Islands and the USMN 2, the Leeward Islands won the toss, electing to bat first and 92 for 6 in 21 overs. And in the first place matchup at Connery between the US Men's Team 1 and Barbados, the US Men's Team 1 won the toss and they are batting. They are 93 for 3 in 21 overs as well, as we see a boundary being struck after the first delivery. Sorry, the first delivery after the water break is struck for 4. And I think that's Murray. Yes, Murray on strike. He moves on to 28 from 47 deliveries. And he's joined by Fontaine. Fontaine, who is 42 from 58 deliveries in a partnership worth 64. So they've been rather steady. Especially after the loss of Charles, who was bowled by Morgan. This one better. Murray, of course, who has 1/2 century in the tournament, but has been more successful with his bowling. He is the 5th highest wicket taker in the tournament with 12 wickets. He's playing this one softly into the leg side for a single. Brings back Fontaine. Fontaine, who's only struck 2 boundaries, but he's scoring at a good rate. He's 42 from 58 deliveries at a strike rate of 72. And this one is driven nicely past the extra cover to the man sweeping on the cover boundary.
Yes, well, Fontaine has been accumulating ones all morning. It looked like he's set for a big one, as urged on by his camp. And of course, he knows how to score a century. He's accustomed of getting them. I think he's had one for the season.
Yes,
This
here,
season so far.
yes, against Guyana here on this ground. Certainly seems to love it here, does Fontaine. He's a graft of runs. He's certainly not someone that looks to get much boundaries, but he does score. He turns over the strike well as the over concludes with the score on 147 for 3. Over number 26, of course, the projected score from here is 283, and it was at one point when Pascal was uh, going, he was flying, and the projected score at that time was 371. So you see Nikolai Mackenzie, he's gonna continue from the pavilion end. This one is a rank full toss and it's driven nicely to cover for 4. There was a man sweeping on the cover boundary, but this one was struck past extra cover. It was a really poor delivery, a full toss, but well dispatched by Murray. And that brings up the 150 for the Windward Islands. They are now going at 5.77 runs per over. Oh, and then some hesitation, and it was Bins there at backward square. Bins has had a bit of a difficult day in the field so far.
Oh, no, not Benz.
It's number 42.
Please. Benz. He's having a tough time.
Yes, it's not
Who's
been his
with their
best.
drop catch?
Oh, and this one is cut away nicely to the man there. The deep cover boundary sweeping. See, he's had a mixed day. He did drop Pascal on 29, and then there was another incident where he was in pursuit. Well, Diwa was in pursuit of a ball going to the boundary. Didn't provide the requisite support for him. So it's been a bit of a difficult day for him. He'll be hoping to turn it around with the bat.
That one played to the right of Laws, and they were able to get a single.
Says over number 27 concludes with the score 154 for 3. Partnership moves on to 74, and they've accumulated their runs well, both Murray and Fontaine. Murray has been more of the aggressive batter in this partnership. He has 4 boundaries, of course. Fontaine has 2. But what I like about Fontaine is he rotates the strike well, gets the singles, keeps the scoreboard ticking over.
And his score taken over too because he's gone up to 45. Although, I want to agree with you in that Murray has been a bit more aggressive, but Murray is now at a 36, one inning down.
Redwood set to continue from the far end. Played it nicely. So the field for Redwood, there's a slip, short third man, a point, a man sweeping on the cover boundary, extra cover, long off, long on, a man at deep mid wicket, and a man just backward of square on the leg side. This one is full, but well fielded by the man there at extra cover. It's Morgan who got the wicket of Charles with a rapid delivery. And this one is sweeping past that man at backward square, and it's going to run away for 4. A bit of a stumble and some conversation by the fielder. See now trundles to get or to retrieve that one from the boundary. It looks like yes, it seems like Vital Laws, the left arm Chinaman bowler. Of course, the only 3 men on the leg side, and he's the only one in the circle, but he's backward of square. So there's a huge gap between long on and that backward square position. There's no one in the circle close on the onside, forward of square. This one is
On that occasion, Murray brought out his broom and swept well. Laws was scrambling on his knees, but just couldn't reach it.
it's been a good battle so far between these 2 teams. When this one is clipped, 2 Laws at backward square, and no run taken. So at the end of over number 28, the score 158 for 3. The the only runs coming from that previous over was the boundary hit behind square. Yes, we have seen it's a rare shot, Al, that we've seen employed throughout this tournament. I think there was, I can't remember the batsman's name from the previous game. He was as well. He was looking to get down and sweep. I think it was the captain of Barbados, Joshua Dawn, who would have scored a half century in the last match as well.
Yeah, he was sweeping alone.
Yes.
Reverse
Yes, he was. Yes, he was looking for the reverse as well as the conventional sweep. And we're having a bit of a conference between the umpire. It looks like the captain as well, Brian Barnes of Jamaica.
The conversation seems to have something to do with the wrapping. I don't know if Barnes wanted to come out to bowl, and the umpire was telling him to take off the wrapping off of his hand.
Yes, well, he
So
was
this,
marking out his run before the previous over was bowled, did Barnes, but we'll see the reintroduction of
Rashawn McKenzie.
Roshan McKenzie, the opening fast bowler, and he's having a discussion with the wicket keeper. I think he's telling him he needs to get back a bit, and the wicket keeper is intent on keeping up to the stump. So we're seeing a change in the field here. There's a Diwa at mid on. There's a man coming in from the deep mid wicket boundary, so he'll be more in an orthodox position at mid wicket. There's a man just backward of square, and a man on the fine leg boundary. There's a deep third man, point, extra cover mid off in the circle, and a man sweeping on the deep cover boundary. Uh, so Rashawn McKenzie, he'll be bowling to Murray.
No, that's Fontaine facing.
Yes, it's going to be Fontaine on strike. Again, good quick single taken there by Fontaine. He now moves to 45, and it brings Murray, who is now on 40, on strike. So both these batsmen would be eyeing a half century. Of course, we did have one earlier in the innings. It was the captain Pascal, got 60 from 34 deliveries with four fours and four sixes. It was a very enterprising and entertaining innings, but unfortunately was cut short at the stroke of the power play being completed. I think, of course, had Pascal continued, well on his way to getting 100 and probably would have gotten a big one as well. It's been a really good pitch for batting so far, Al. The ball has come on nicely to the bat. There has been a bit of turn for the spinners, but nothing that the batsmen have struggled to negotiate.
But it's turn, but slow turn. It's not biting turn. They have to put a lot more revs in it to get it bite on this wicket. But I think Fontaine is eyeing up a century, not a half century. He has done it
Interestingly,
before and probably want to do it again.
he only has that solitary 100, no 50s, but he has had a few scores in the 40s. I believe he has two scores in the 40s so far. But that's good. At least it shows that once he gets to that half century, he's looking to kick on and make it count and get the big one. This one played to backward point for a quick single, and this time the man at mid on, he slips, and it's gonna run close to the boundary, and it just trickles there now. So a bit of a misfeel by Diwa backing up from that throw, and the batsman collect 5 runs. Very rare occurrence, but nonetheless 5 added to the total. Fortunate for the other day, he was backing up, but he just slipped at an inopportune moment and allowed that one to run away for five.
Take a 50 then.
Well, it was fun. It was Murray who was on strike. Murray was on 40. He got five.
So how you facing again? No, it
It's
was
Fontaine
Fontaine.
and strike. No, Murray was on strike. Murray get five.
Fontaine and Shine out, yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, and this one is played a lovely shot. As we see some chirping by the captain, the Barnes. He seems a bit excited as the over concludes with the score on 164 at the end of over number 29. Projected score from here is
Fontaine.
286.
Fontaine now, yeah. But there's a mix up there now.
These are the officials.
Yeah?
This is the officials. Oh, and he's wrapped on the pad, and there's a lot of appeal and given, and so it looks like Fontaine, the man that's out, and Barnes is celebrating in his face. A lot of chirping was going on from the previous over. Fontaine, though, he has to depart, yes, for 45. I think that one was the googly all. He was playing back to that one. He was beaten, wrapped on the pad, and the umpire from the far end, that is Philip August, he would have answered in the to the affirmative of the appeal. So Fontaine, he's going to be disappointed that he has to leave for a well compiled 45. The score now 164 for 4. The new batsman Kirsten Murray is striding out to the crease. The vice captain would have accumulated 109 runs in this tournament. Hasn't been doing so well batting wise, but he is tied uh, leading wicket taker for the Windward Islands. He's sixth overall, and the only thing that is separating him from his brother Kurt is the economy rate. They both have 12 wickets, and they've also did some serious damage against Trinidad and Tobago. Between them, they would have gotten 7 for 43, and that game they won by 6 wickets.
Well, we hear the bat paying the price inside the dressing room now, as Mr. Fontaine is quite upset with himself. He was looking set for a big one, and was snuffed out short of his half century.
See, would have certainly been looking to get a big one. We did discuss the fact that he hasn't scored a half century, and so again his innings ends in the 40s. Good start here by Redwood. Redwood does have good memories, albeit personally they did lose to the USM men's team one when they played here. But himself, along with Laws, did a really good job of pegging back the USMN team one.
Well, he put them in a poor position until they lost their way with Switzerland going great guns to the back end.
So they are coming across from backward square there. Some fancy footwork. The batsman was looking to get two, but he was able to keep it to one. So just the two deliveries left in this, the 30th over. He's bowling at a nice pace. It's not too fast. He's giving it a bit of air, just tempting the batsman to try something. There's a slip. He'll be hoping to get the edge. This one faster, but clipped nicely uh, to Laws, but it's just a single Laws. Of course, is left-handed, and that concludes the over. So after over number 30, the score 166 for 4. So in that phase of play between overs number 21 to 30, the Windward Islands would have accumulated 56 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. So not a bad phase of play for them.
I think this is the last spear that the coach would have any faith in to put up a good score on the board. The Murray brothers.
Oh, and this one is clipped in the ear to mid wicket. And the Mandua is coming across. So the batsman crossed for 2. So Marino, he moves to 48, just 2 away from what would be a well compiled half century, would be his second of the tournament so far. He's 48 from 69 deliveries, 5 fours. Jamaicans very animated in the field now. And this one a slow delivery, just tapped into the offside. So it's good to hear the excitement chirping by the Jamaicans in the field. Of course, it was radio silence when Pascal started the innings. You could have heard a pin drop out there. But of course, after Pascal fell, the last delivery of the 10th over, they would have gotten themselves somewhat back into the match.
Pascal was cutting tongues and plug out the speakers.
Ooh, and this one, he's looking to get forward too early. I think Mackenzie's been bowling a few slow deliveries in this over. It just seems to be running his fingers over the ball. This one is just played to the right of the man they had cover. Brings Kirsten Murray now on strike. Has 2 deliveries to negotiate in this, the 31st over. So the field for Murray, there's a mid-off, a man sweeping on the extra cover boundary. He's going to a more orthodox cover position. Few steps in, there's an extra cover point, deep third man, a deep fine leg, man at backward square leg in the circle, and a mid-on, also mid wicket. This one just keeps a bit low, and he's playing it out to backward square. They were looking for single, but well fielded. Looks like, is it lost there? I'll have to verify. It does look like Laws there, the left-hander. Captain Brian Barnes, he's at mid-on. Good solid defensive shot there. So at the end of over number 31, the score 169 for 4.
Well, 31 away from the next small target, which is 200. And then they can go pell-mell to get a score closer to 50 in the last few overs.
It's just 19 overs left in this innings. 12 minutes past midday here. Sun at its apex. It's been a rather hot day so far, but we do have a nice cooling breeze coming off the Atlantic Ocean. This one is just short. Played too low, the ball bubbles up, but he's able to negotiate. Murray now, Kurt Murray, that is, just one away from a half century. And he's now flicking this one into the leg side. He'll get a single and bring up his 50. So a well compiled half century by Kurt Murray. Would have initially gotten good support from Fontaine. Fontaine unfortunately departed for 45. But Kurt Murray now was able to kick on, and he's been encouraged to get a big one by his teammates. His brother though, Kirsten Murray, now on strike, the left-hander. This one is short and pulled to the fine leg boundary. A terrible delivery there by Redwood. It was short lined on leg stump, and there was only a man at backward square on the leg side in the circle. And once it beat him, which it did, just flew away to the boundary for 4. So his first boundary, Kirsten Murray.
I don't think this field is well set for the type of bowler and a left-handed batsman, because he's now bowling more or less off breaks to the left-handed batsman. And if he's going to pull like that, you're going to need a backward square and a deep mid wicket.
It was just in general poor delivery. It was short.
No, they've kept him as the backward square. So Kirsten can now milk the ones in the circle, play it with soft hands, and get 2s.
This one better by Tamari Redwood. He's pitching it on just about middle and off, getting it to turn in. Like he's over the wicket. Yes. So he's now found his line and length to the left-handed Kirsten Murray. Did note, Al, that there are some huge spaces behind square on the leg side. If he were
that's where I'm eyeing for him to get his 2s from. But Redwood is playing smart and not giving him that option of pulling on the ball, so he could just tuck it into the inside and dash. So good control from the bowler this time. Only the terrible ball that got 4 ones could have been marked against his efforts on that over.
That's the score after over number 32, 174 for 4. Washan McKenzie to continue from the pavilion end. Was that the pavilion end? The presiding umpire, Kashif Sandy. This one is a full toss down the leg side, called wide. So the projected score from here, Al, is 274. And we would have mentioned that the par first inning score here is somewhere between 220 and 240. So that would represent at least 30 over par. And the second innings pass score is 167. We've only seen uh, three chases that were successful.
All in here.
Yes, they well no, it was three.
Three.
No, three. Barbados. It was the Leeward Islands who would have gotten the first chase done, and
Team.
Barbados. Yes, the Leeward Islands would have beaten USMN's two here chasing, as well as Barbados would have chased against USMN's team two. This one is short. He's missed out on an opportunity there. And as well as Guyana would have beaten the USMN's team two here as well. So it would have been three chases out of six games.
So it's equal then.
Yes.
The principle is the same. You have to apply yourself to get ones. If you don't, you'll implode as way Barbados team implode against the USA one team.
Ooh, and this one is looking to get on top of it and cut it away backward of point. Got on his toes there, using all of his height, but unable to make any connection. Kenzie has been guilty of being a bit expensive. He's going at a just over 6.5 runs and over. He's had figures now. He's in his seventh over, one for 43, one wicket for 43 runs. That is.
I think much of those ones came from Pascal. Pascal had him roughed up early on.
Ooh, and this one is played nicely to CWI. It was probably pitched on middle and off, but used his wrist to get it to mid on. We've seen some good wristy shots here throughout the innings of the Windward Islands batsmen,
Fontaine and Costenborough.
as well as Pascal as well. He played a lovely flick to mid wicket early on in his innings, all timing for four.
Well, they are mindful in order to get up to that projected target. They have to keep wickets intact, and so these two are not doing anything overly rash. They're playing the ball on its merit and not attacking recklessly like Pascal in some instances.
Yes, barring Pascal, it's been a rather well compiled innings by the other batsmen. Pascal was ultra aggressive in his innings. Ultimately paid the price, spooning one to cover as the over concludes with a dot. So at the end of over number 33, the score 175 for 4.
It will be Redwood to continue, who picked the wicket of Fontaine just before he got to 50.
Redwood has figures of 6 overs, 1 wicket for 27 runs. Got Fontaine with what I believe was a googly, trapping him on the crease. This one short and tickled fine. It's gonna run close to the boundary. There's Diwal who's running around from deep backward square. Gets it in. So 2 runs, but a good shot there. We were discussing in the previous over, Al, that there are a lot of runs to be had backward of square, as there's no one behind square in the circle for Redwood to the left-hander. He's now changed his angle. He's going around the wicket.
Which is what I thought he should have done. I thought that he was going to do to keep the ball more on the offside.
This one again, badly lying, and his Kurt Murray was looking for a quick single there, sent back by his brother.
Well, that's the area of expectation as well, just off the wicket. But the wicketkeeper was up to it and he dashed out and prevented any thought of Kirsten Murray joining Kurt for the single.
On this one shot, and it's cracked away. And a half stop by the man there at cover. It's the fast bowler, Roshan McKenzie. Batsman crossed for two. Good work by him. Certainly, had that beaten him, it would have gone for four. There's no one out on the offside. There's just a slip, a point, cover, extra cover, mid off. And on the onside, there's a long on, deep mid wicket, a deep backward square, and a man at orthodox mid wicket in the circle. And this one short, and it's pulled to that man at deep forward square.
Field will change it over the right hand at the face now. A 6-3 field for the right hander. With a slip in attacking position. Other fielders are saving or sweeping. And there's the one man out of the long arm boundary.
Oh, and this one is a full toss, and he clipped away to the man at deep mid wicket. Single taken. He got it on the full there. He made it a full toss really. It was just about to Yorker length, and he cut forward, clipped it to mid wicket. Field changes again for the left-handed Kirsten Murray.
Well, it's suddenly becoming a nuisance with the left and right combination, picking up singles.
This one negotiated comfortably at the end of over number 34. The score 181 for 4.
Small targets, small targets. The next target will be 19 once they get to 200.
Stay. Windward Islands are scoring at a current run rate of 5.32. As we see the ball, it looks like the ball is being changed, being thrown to third umpire, Kareem Tate. Partnership between these two brothers with 17 runs of 29 deliveries. So I do believe the Windward Island should be eyeing a target of something in the region or just over 250. Of course, we have to take into consideration that they are 4 wickets down. And this one is edged, and the wicket keeper Nelson, he's diving away to his right, but was unable to snap up that catch. It flew quickly. Nelson, of course, he is the wicket keeper with the most dismissals in this tournament. He has the most dismissals overall. Would be disappointed that he was unable to hold on to that one. So Kurt Murray gets a life on 52.
Kirsten Murray to face now. A square cut into the cover area, yielding 1-1. A change again for the right-handed batsman to face now. Was just given a life.
We've seen instances where the Jamaicans have been rather sloppy in the field. Not just the drop catches, but the overall ground feeling has been a bit erratic.
The one guilty party was Odean Bins until someone else got into the fray by throwing the ball for overthrows. And then just now we had a drop catch by the wicketkeeper.
It was Dua who was unable to collect. So from backward point allowed 5. Fortunate for him, though he slipped, but just added to the woes of the Jamaicans in the field. This one short. The wicketkeeper just dribbles to him. He's done a good job of varying his pace here. I think he's been looking to bowl a few cutters throughout his spell. Has Washawn McKenzie has 2 overs left when he completes this one. 1 wicket for 45 runs at an economy of 5.87. And this one he's looking to tug it away. It goes backward of square, and the batsman cross for 2. It's Kivandre Virgo, the opening fast bowler, doing the fielding for Jamaica there. And he was lucky to get away with that. There is no one that is on the boundary, forward of square at least. There's a deep fine leg, but on the onside, there's a mid on and a mid wicket in the circle.
Well, I'm sure the coach has what he's calculating now. If you can get to over 200 runs, just over 200 runs by the 48 over, then
Pleasant drive to the captain Barnes. He's riling up, pretending that he's going to take a shy at the stumps, but an uneventful end though to the 35th over, score 185 for 4. So with 15 overs left, the projected score 265, and it would certainly take some chasing by the Jamaicans. We haven't seen a chase, although they have been 3 here in with a score in excess of 200. And as we said, the pass score, second innings pass score here is between 160 to 180.
well, the Jamaicans almost got there against the USA 1 team. And Tyreek Boyan and his partner started out with some aggressive batting, but then they fell away to some persistent spin bowling from Passat. So they're the closest we got to chasing a total of over 200. But no win was looked as if they're going to give them a really.
Yes, in that game, they would have gotten to over 100 for the first wicket before losing 1, and then they just capitulated after that. As Morgan is reintroduced into the attack from the far end, he has a bit of a fast arm action, and that was probably the reason he got Charles out. He was beaten for pace, good delivery, and it was such a surprise. Only the bowler was celebrating when he got the wicket. Everyone else was looking to gather the ball from the outfield, and the bowler was celebrating. The batsman, he was astonished when he saw the bail removed from his off stump.
Well, that ball only clipped the bail. It disturbed nothing else. Just removed the bail and went on its way.
Morgan, who has figures of 1 for 25 in this is 7th over, going at a rate of economy of 3.95. They're having a bit of a discussion. The batsman and the bowler, of course, the batsman would have pulled away. Bowler in mid stride, he's just probably telling him, probably need to cut that out.
Certainly wasn't pleased.
And Kurt Morido is just walking down to this one and hitting it to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. We've noticed that that these batsmen against the faster bowlers, they're comfortable using their feet, getting down the track, trying to get closer to the pitch of the deliveries. Pascal, the most successful in regard to employing that technique against the faster bowlers. And this one is lying on leg stump, probably pitched outside leg. The umpire, Philip Auguste, signaling not out. So it certainly seemed to hurt him a bit there. He's rubbing his uh, right leg. That's the leg that's closer to the bowler. And this one short, and it's flicked away to the man here. Deep fine leg. Lucky to get away with that one is Morgan.
Well, they've pushed back the wall since Redwood was bowling to the backward, the deep backward argument. Fine leg, wide fine leg boundary. And that's a safety measure as that shot yielded 4 runs the first time. But because the man is there, he only got 1 run on this occasion.
This one dead ball now signaled by the umpire. It wasn't the batsman's fault this time. He just missed his one up, did Morgan. He's also coming off a few steps, as is Kivandre Virgo. But because of that quick hand speed that he has, he generates a good amount of pace, not expressed by any chance, as we see a third water break in this innings. So we'll take a short break here for water and join you at the other end of the break.
Well, we're resuming here after a water break. 36 overs bowled. The Windward Islands and Jamaica playing for a spot on the podium in a third, fourth playoff game. So far, the Windwards have started solidly. They're looking to build on a platform that they already have 186 for 4 going into the last 10 overs. They have 4 more overs before they get into the last 10. And they are all projected to get over 200, a decent score over 250 projections. But in front of us, we have the reality. And the reality so far is that Rashawn McKenzie will continue his medium fast bowling. In fact, now there's going to be a change in bowling. Vogel is going to take over from Rashawn. Kevandre Vogel wearing the number 6. The ball to the left-handed Kirsten Murray, who covers up and pushes out into the outside. No run.
There's a projected score of 261. If they keep the same run rate at 5.22 for the next 14 overs, they could get 161. 261, beg your pardon.
And the run rate of 4 would give them a little less than that.
Of course.
We'll keep track. No
Yes.
one so far to that balls from Vogel.
And the score is actually 188 for 4. Murray. Kurtson is 13 off 18, and Kurt is 55 off 89.
He pulls into the onside. It looked like he yields some runs. They get 1. They get 2.
As we were saying earlier, the square boundaries are very wide, very expensive. You can run 2 and 3 very easily. But the straight boundaries are not by any means small, but they are much smaller than the square boundaries. So Murray pulled that one, and though he traveled for quite a while, of course, he had a lot of area to cover.
On the edge to the keeper. Well, we were discussing off mic that there was a series of errors done when this series was being prepared more than 30 years ago. In fact, maybe 40 years ago. Got it to the outside, runs here for Moy. At least one, down to White third man. He gets the single now. Caught the right-handed to face now. He's quietly collected a half century and is now being encouraged to go even further to a big one. So says his coach and camp. 191 for 4 Windwards. And this is the 37th over being bowled. Changing the field, heavily offside. Backward point, third man. Cover, extra cover, mid off, and the man sweeping on the cover boundary. Quietly pushed out to
Single should have been on it.
where he been off. Well, he was fooled by the man that extra cover who shaped it. He was going to collect the ball and allowed it to run.
Yeah, shadowed. Pretended to have fielded it, but he let it run on to the man behind him. Of course, those things could bring runouts to you because you realize later that the ball wasn't collected, and so you take off in an effort. You take off in an effort to
This what happened?
Well,
While we're doing some technical changes here in the studio, the man Kurt Murray was dismissed. So the fifth wicket goes down with a score of 191. And this is what will mess up your projections. Wickets falling, the competence of the incoming batsman to keep the current score going. So we have to balance between projections and reality.
yeah, projection is now 257. New batsman is Jonathan Daniel. He's a new batsman, Jonathan Daniel, replacing Custon Murray, who was out caught. And Kurt Murray still in place at 55 as Morgan runs in from the north. And digging this one out was Daniel, right up. And, at this stage of the innings, you would be well advised to keep it full, give nothing away. Here he is again outside the off stump, not making the height he expected. He cut over it when should it keep a one bounce.
Yes, I was trying to slash that into the offside for boundary because once he gets past that inner wing, there's no sweep on this offside. In fact, there's nobody on the deep boundaries. Sorry, the exception of the third man who's into action now.
Yes, the third man was on the boundary, and there was also the fine leg as well. Those were the two required being out. But the two Murray brothers batted fairly quietly and they accumulated their runs without any due risk. And then Kirsten succumbed, leaving Kurt, his brother, well entrenched on 55. He would be advised to bat right on to the end. Quietly pushed out in the...
He has been advised.
Yes.
Bat on, they tell him. Bat on, a big
bat
one.
on, yes. Quietly pushed out to the short, long one area. Long off, sorry. And no more runs. It's still 192 for 5.
Well, the question is, can he get 45 runs to get a century out of the remaining 12 overs?
Well, he's the one who is entrenched, and if the score is to go to 253, he will have to make most of it and get himself to a well-deserved 3-figure score, which will put him on the podium with those who have been doing so all along, like Fontaine and others. He would join the band of players who have surpassed the 101 mark.
Laws to continue. Vital Laws, which is left arm Chinaman. In forward goes the batsman.
Daniel.
Let's mark him. He has a band on his hand. Jonathan Daniel. Wearing number 13. And 1. Oh, and there's a chance for one out. 2 batsmen down in the crease. The easiest one out is going to happen.
Yes. Daniel is run out. He played a ball that was floated up. It was well pitched up. It was floated. Given a lot of air, he came down, he drove. The ball went down to mid-off. And the Kurt did not respond to the call to run. And as a result, both batsmen ended up in one crease and an easy run out. And of course, Daniel, I wouldn't want to see his face. I think he's furious. I think it was I think the call was on for a single if they was going to the fieldsman, but
Yeah, that was not Kurt Morris' call. The ball was played to the back of him. If he was backing up and responded, he probably would have gotten in. It would have been close because the ball was played straight to the fielder. He got a good bounce. But in the end, he just looped it back to the wicketkeeper for the easiest wicket of this inning so far.
correct, Ali. The ball was hit to the back of Kurt. That was not his call. His job was to respond to the call of single, and he did not respond. And it ended with the run out of Jonathan Daniel. And of course, it leaves the Windwards 196 for 92 for 6. And to the crease comes
Very number 27, Mr. McDowell.
McDowell.
Another chance of a one out with an appeal. We suddenly heard two noises. McDowell playing the ball into his pad and dashed off for a single.
Well, at least this time Murray responded, and so the single was completed. 192 or 6. I'm trying to get an update here in terms of the.
A quicker delivery chopped into the outside. A quick throw in, but no harm done in the end. Both batsmen back in their creases.
Something seemed to have gone wrong with the Windward all of a sudden. There have been 2 or 3 incidents where runouts were possible. The calling and the responding is not on cue as it was before.
Change of batsman, change of communication. And this one is swung in the air. There's a chance to get it. No, he's going to drop short. 1-1.
Yeah, a shot of desperation in my view. The batsman almost been run out a minute ago. Got one well up. He stretched outside the off but it was short, and he swung it into the onside. It was Murray.
Here is Laws. McDowell is back. Covers up. Ease it into the offside. No one. End of the over. 194 for 6.
And all of a sudden, the Windward seems like they have gotten to an area where they seem not as coordinated as they were before.
We didn't have the top line batsman. You into the tail now.
Well,
Into the bowlers. My research tell me that the Murray bowlers were the last of the recognized batsmen. We just had one being dismissed. And so we have an all around the batting with the tail now. Which started with, in my opinion, McDowell.
That's where the tail begins.
Yes.
And so, and to shepherd the tail, we have Kurt Murray receiving no 155.
Slaps it to the offside, straight to the man. Barnes, the captain.
Murray will have to settle things at this point in time because all the disarray and the mishap seems to have come.
Pulling into the vacant position, but fielders will get onto it. Not very powerfully pulled. 1-1. The instructions coming from the camp, as we can hear, is to bat all the overs. They're only into the 39th, into the 48th over actually. Being bowled now.
Well, if they were to bat all the overs, of course, they could get to a reasonably good score, at least 248, 250. With the current run rate, 4.96 at this point in time. So the rate is falling as we go closer to the end, and the projections also adjusting accordingly. But Murray is there, and he should be able to shepherd this tail to a better score.
Oh, another chance
There's
on
another
one
chance.
out. Laws not picking up cleanly as Murray dashed down on McDowell. McDowell wasn't responding.
Yeah, there seems to be some. All of a sudden, so many
There certainly
incidents.
is a breakdown of communication between these batsmen. Maybe not accustomed of batting together. But they need some conference to sort it out. As McDowell comes back on the course, gets it into the offside to Laws. No one.
Yeah, Labour's been progressing. Windward's been progressing rather well, and all of a sudden, the last 4 overs, it's a whole heap of confusion that has developed. Another
Similar
uh,
shot for the last 3 balls. And again, this time, McDowell wanted to run off, and Kurt Murray wasn't moving.
needs to be communication. Well, he took a few exploratory steps out of his crease, but Murray did not respond. Wide delivery delivered by Morgan, and those are wides that they may live to regret after a while. But I must still praise the Jamaicans. They have bowled with some discipline. We haven't seen a wide array of wides. Here is again on the leg stump. Try to turn it, miss it. It goes into the pads, and that brings the end of over number 40.
Well, then into the last 10, and a bit behind my projection. My projections, they should have been at least 2 or 5. And now they're being urged to get a one ball, which is even more difficult for batsmen from 8, 9, 10, and 11. But now they're looking for the singles now. They should be looking for the singles now.
See, looking singles is
And the odd boundary and the odd extra.
Yeah, but looking singles at this point in time when the communication seems to be worst. The communication has not helped them. They have been missing, and every now and again somebody miss a run out, and so asking them to take singles now may be a little difficult.
One bounce out to mid-off. The shot was catch, but it certainly did not carry anywhere near the fielder. As Vital Laws continues to Mr. Murray, who is on 58. Drives along the ground this time, straight to extra cover. 2 dots. Falling behind the plot. But still important to stay there. A full toss driven out to long on. We'll get a single this time. Field changes over for the left-handed McDowell.
Yeah, this is the time for the Windwards to push on though. If they're to post a challenge in total, they must push on from this position. Saying a run a ball from here on is good, which means you're looking at 60, 50, 60 runs. But a top order batsman being there should be well able to maneuver and to work things along until they get enough runs. He's a bowler who's pitched up. He goes into a drive, takes the outside edge apparently. He eludes the keeper, and it goes down to a short third where a single was taken. 198 for 6 is the score. The Windwards, of course.
Well, I was just about to say, there's no point in trying to get a one ball and lose wickets. It's better to battle the overs and score 225 or 230, which is about the past score, and then and back your bowlers. This one, he gets through the cover area. You get 1, you get 2 at least. And now they applaud for their small target. They've gone to the 200.
Yeah, you have to take it by sessions or by overs. Now you have reached 200. You have another 8 overs to bat. I think you are, yes? 9 overs to bat. Now we have looked at 220, 230 as the first finish target. And if the bowlers are generous, then you could run on to 250. But like I was saying, I don't trust this run per ball with the running as poor as it is. The boundaries seem to have dried up. The run out seem to have hurt Murray. He's not as fluent as he was before. and for some reason the scoring rate has gotten down to 4.88.
You have to also look at the competence of the batsman. Here's McDowell missing everything, trying to carve one to the offside. So get another duck ball. No goal. He makes contact, drops it into the ground, and the batsman able to scamper for a single. 201 for 6. The number 5 and the number 8 batsman in. McDowell scoring the second one.
His third one, actually. 3 off 10. And Murray 60 off 99.
Here you see Murray. Got Murray to face. Shot. Smacked into the offside. Again, they take one.
I don't think the ball is making this sort of height as it was earlier, the ball being older. In fact, what I got is that after 35 overs, they begin to use one ball. That's the new rule now. It's 2 balls up to 35 overs, and after 35, you use 1 ball.
It's a drive out to the mid-off. One more one.
And as a result of this 1 ball rule now, what happens is that the bounce has become a lot less because the ball is softer than it was before. And so let's look at this ball. So if you look at Murray, much of his cuts and drives seem to hit the ground quicker than before. So he's chopping on top of the ball rather than, on the level of the ball.
Because it's not coming to him as he would like.
Yes.
This one he smashes back past the bowler. Gets one. A good throw coming in, but the batsman was there.
Have you ever been run out? Have you ever been run out? Just a question.
You don't want me to relate that incident. Because the gentleman, the guilty party, is the match referee. Mr. Audley Nisbet. Ran me out on this very wicket on a day when runs were
Available.
more than available. Runs were on the all-you-can-eat buffet.
Not a pleasant experience at all.
Oh, no. I was so angry I threatened to kill him. And promptly went home.
I'm glad you went home. 200.
I had to shower and sleep.
Here is Dawes floating one up. It's a wide, according to the umpire.
Yes, this is umpire Sandy stretching his hands.
Yes. The number 74 Duav is directly in front of us. Cutler drives down to long off and mid off, that is, and no runs resulting.
Here is Laws to Murray.
He's bowled. Chop the ball onto his stumps.
He takes a slow march to us.
Yes. Ball was a bit short and wide of him, a little wide outside the off stump. Intently he wanted to chop it through the point area or cover point area. It hit the bottom of the bat and went onto the stumps. He dragged it on. Like I said, the bounce is not as it was earlier, and therefore Murray keeps hitting on top of the ball all the time, playing the ball into the ground rather than maybe bending the knee a bit. And he was bowled. He's out, and bowled by Laws, that is. His tally is what, 63?
So now you're asking 8, 9, and 10 to score a rate of 6 and over.
That's what's happening.
So I think the
Murray
instructions should be to bat out if you get 2 runs and over, or thereabouts, even 2, 3 runs and over. You're going to get up to 225, close to the pass score.
and like I said, the running is not good. Maybe now Murray is out. The calling just may improve. The running could improve because he was involved in every one of them. And of course, and that seemed to have affected him though, because he has not batted quite as well since. Um, yes, yes. Isaiah Jones is our new batsman. He hit one way down to the long off, one bounce. Oh no, I'm sorry. It was a gallant effort by Dua. He chased around from what was a straight long on position, ran away down to long off, and he parried the ball back, and that was high above his head. And him being above 6 feet himself, he did very well to parry it back inside. And of course, kudos to him, which reduced the score to 2 runs. Played away to the point area, and they got 2 runs. Isaiah Jones is a left-hander.
No, I think they only got
They only
one
got
run
one.
from Jones.
Okay.
Isaiah Jones is the right-hander who came in wearing number
That's
2.
right, sir. Beg your pardon.
And now this is McDowell facing. He got 2 runs just now with an outer edge from Laws.
Bowling.
Again, he seems to be bold. The off stump is not back.
Whether you call a Chinaman or Google, there's one pitch about the center. He was playing the line. He left his off stump exposed. The ball turned and took the off stump. Tremendous piece of bowling by Laws. Simmers or Windwards will get themselves bowled out before 50 overs. The 8th wicket has fallen, 208. Al was suggesting that they take their time and go to at least 230, 225, 230. That seems it could happen still, but beautiful piece of bowling. Cordy Fontenelle is the next striker, the next batter, as we have to call him. And of course, the Windwards find themselves in a bit of bother, even though they have scored 208 runs. A bit of bother and threatening to be bowled out before 50 overs.
Well, in their previous game, they only mustered 197 against the Jamaica team. And Jamaica, in turn, fell short by 2. So now they are 208, which is why I was saying that they should take their time, bat the last, and even the 2 runs and over, that would be 20. 20 plus 8 would have been 228, near the pass score, and trust the bowlers, yeah. Yes?
One thing with Windwards, in spite of how low their scores are, they seem to be defending it whether or not. Ball played quietly out into the offside by the new batsman, and brings up the end of that over, the end of the 43rd over, Al. 208 for 8. And from a position of strength, when Pascal was going helter-skelter, I was suggesting that he should stick around and bat long and carry this thing all the way through.
That's cricket for you.
Yes.
And then you have now the tail enders. The tail, although the instructions are coming clear and fast from the dressing room,
stay
to bat out the overs, I don't think Jones has the competence or the wherewithal to stay within those instructions.
Morgan is trying again from the. Oh, there's a change. That's not Morgan, is it?
I think this is Rashawn Mackenzie.
Mackenzie is taking over from Morgan. Morgan has bowled his 10 overs, no maidens, 34 runs, 2 wickets. That's the end of his spell. Now Mackenzie comes from the north, and facing is Isaiah Jones.
Mackenzie to Jones. 20 onside, immediately goes for a single, gets it too. Well, shaping up according to how the coaches want him to shape up. But I didn't like to see his first shot. He looked like an aggressive player who cannot help but go for his shots.
Well, they're saying it's 1-1 Mangoes full basket. So 209 if they get 1-1 for the next couple of overs. 2 runs per over, 3 runs per over. As I say, Al, I agree with you. It will take them closer to the past score.
Sean Mackenzie to Fontenelle. Fontenelle is pushing forward, nothing doing. Beating the edge. Nelson not taking cleanly.
Ball has been relayed back to Mackenzie. And of course, the Windwards would hope that the next 2 wickets could bring them a few runs that will give them something to bowl with.
Mackenzie to Fontenelle. Chops it down to third man. He gets one for sure. Dewey is there. Underarm it back to Nelson. 410. 410 for 8.
That's the score. 43 overs, 43.3. And Mackenzie would be advised, of course, to be straighter at this point in time and fuller, not giving liberties of freedom for them to chop down to third and easy singles. It's Fontenelle just playing a defensive stroke, and ball running out to the short.
I think this is Jones. This is Jones now who came down.
Jones, yes, Jones is facing Mackenzie. He has 2 runs of 3 balls.
Here is Jones facing out to Mackenzie. Guys it down to third man. That's the available single. Yeah, again, they'll be encouraged to bat out the overs.
It will be possible for them to do so if the bowling remains as.
Well, I don't think that Rashawn Mackenzie has many more overs to go. Maybe one more if this is not his last.
Mackenzie, 8.5, 50 runs, 1 wicket. So he has another one after this one.
For defensive goes Fontenelle exploring a single. It's not there. The score remains on 211. Jones on 3, Fontenelle on 1. With Jamaica trying their best to bowl out Windward before the 50 overs. They have just a few more overs left. About 6 overs left to do so. Captain Barnes is entrusting Laws to continue.
Yeah, Laws himself has. This is his last over, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 33 runs, and he has taken 2 wickets. And Mackenzie, of course, having bowled his 9th. No maidens, 50 runs, 1 wicket.
Laws for defensive. Down to backward square, shot backward square to get 1. That's Jones. Doing just what the coach ordered, staying in the wicket, eking out a single here and there. So the score eases up to 212, 8.
Redwood have bowled 7 overs, no maidens. Here's 1 touchdown to third man, and the man from point chases away they have collected 2 runs. So Redmond has 2 overs left, 3 overs left, that is. 7 overs, no maidens, 33 runs, 1 wicket is Redmond. And Nikolai Mackenzie, of course, he has 3 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, no wickets.
Here is Laws to bowl. Laws to fundamental sweeping, making connection in some way. Ball going to backward square to get one. And they turn back.
Should have had easy 2 runs.
Easy 2 runs.
Yes.
They're more concerned about batting out the overs now than getting ones.
And which is the whole point of batting out the overs, getting as many singles you can get and as many twos if possible. And if the occasional boundary presents itself, by all means you go. And they should have had a second one.
But here is Jones facing up to Laws. Comes forward, edges it, chops in front of the slipman and beats him too. They'll get one.
Now they're going for a second one.
They'll get two safely.
And so if Tours had for that one, they should have had 2 for the one before. It's 270 now. It is for 8 by Windward Islands. They still have a projected score of 243. I don't know where that will come from. The Isaiah Jones is 6 off 6, striking at 100, and Cardi Fontenelle is 4 off 6, going at 66.6. And Laws in his last over.
Faster, edged, and caught.
And he's waiting for the umpire to give him out. Okay. A ball that was outside the off stump from Laws. He tried to run it down to third man, as has been his way since he has arrived at the crease. The ball went straight to slip. It was taken, and he is out. That's Isaiah Jones.
Well, I had the sneaky feeling that they will bowl out before the 50th over. Now, one more wicket for the Jamaicans to take. It's 217 for 9. With Fontenelle on 4, and the incoming batsman,
Davenport.
wearing number 19, Davenport.
Was that a 4? Yeah. 3 for 39. Let me update and see. Sometimes I get 3 for 39. 9.5. 1 made in 39 runs, 3 wickets.
Yes, 3 wickets for 39 runs, with 1 more ball left. Can he get a 4 for? And end the Jamaicans sojourn out in the middle. Beating the batsman. A good ball to end his spell. Should get a round of applause. Work well done. Picking up 3 wickets at a rate of just about 3 runs per over, which is below the regular rate that other bowlers are going for.
Yeah. It's going at 3.90. And Mackenzie, 9 overs, no maidens, 50 runs, 1 wicket, going at 5.56. And of course, Davenport has joined us, and he has joined Cody Fontenelle, who has 4 from 6. And we're looking at still a projected score of 240, being 217 for 9. Figures is one thing.
They're only going by the maths. They're not going by the reality.
That's right. The reality on the ground suggests that Al is not sure that will pass 220. 217 for 9.
I have the sneaky feeling that they'll get bowled out before that time. Maybe just about 220. Maybe 2 more singles and then that's it. As Rashawn McKenzie run away from the Copper Garage end. A straight bat meets him. Gets a single out to long off. It looks like Binns is out there was so willing to redeem himself from a simple job catch earlier.
Yeah.
fields cleanly. Brings the man, the last man, number 11 batsman, Ford, into play. They've had a high-powered meeting in the middle of the pitch. What did he tell him? Sean McKenzie, Ford, turn it into the onside, getting a single. Redwood is there, but Redwood can't prevent the single.
Inching closer to the pass score. And the Windward Islanders would feel that they've put the work in, and in the end, they just let it slip a little. The Jamaicans would feel quite good about this because the Windward Islanders began with quite a flurry of boundaries, and now here is
McKenzie. Swung high and hard. Out of the ground, it looks like 6. Yes, it's 6.
runs.
Coming from the number 11 batsman. It changes the original signal to 4.
Yes. Well, he's chancing his arms is Fontenelle. Got one that was up in his half, as we call it. He didn't hit it straight. He swung it into the deep mid-wicket area, or wide long-on area.
And now he
This
tucks
is
it
2
short.
runs. This is 2
Look like
runs.
Oh, this is smart. Great. The big hit forced the captain to push back the field, and then he just tucked it into the onside. I was off for 2 runs. Very good. Very, very good. Brilliant.
The bowler would be asked to bowl a much fuller length. Fuller than that, I don't know what, but he was right up there.
Driving out to outside, taking a single.
This is good intelligent batting now for the short term. A big hit,
That's
one bounce
Fontenelle.
forward, and singles floating off the bat much more frequently than 2 overs, 3 overs ago.
And now they have a defendable score, 226. And they can tell themselves, we bowled these guys for 195 already. On a much better track. We can do this. Here is Vashan McKenzie, the Ford. Ford is forward, defending. Ball rolls out to Laws at backward point. They're not interested in a single since Fontenelle is down at the other end. And he's ever willing to face. He's the one who's doing the scoring.
It seems Fontenelle is obeying the dictates from the dressing room to bat it out, play it out, don't get bowled out.
Well, there are 18 more balls, I think. 3 overs or 4 overs left.
4 overs left. According to this, there's another 2 balls. Well, no, let me update. Yeah, another 4 overs left.
Well, they're going to have Redwood since one less leg spinner is finished. The other leg spinner will come and try to finish his quota. This is Tamari Redwood, wearing number 10, and he's going to face ball up to Fontenelle, who is on 12. Fontenelle, the number 10 batsman who swung a ball over wide, long arm for 4, almost got 6. Redwood. And asking, they're trying. I think that one came off the body though.
Yeah, he tried to kind of scoop or just to parry it behind him. He missed it. He was struck.
Here comes Redwood again. Up the wicket this time and swung it high, hard into the hands of the fielder out there. Looks like McKenzie. That's the end of the Windward Islanders innings. At 226, as Mr. Fontenelle was trying to go high and hard, high enough but not hard enough, and McKenzie was able to pull it in.
Yes, he got the elevation. He didn't get the extension, and so he fell short and was caught. Windward's 226 for 9. Ball out in over number 40, 45, the end of over number 45. Fontaine 12, Fontenelle 12 out. Davenport still 1. And Redwood 7 overs, no middens, 33 runs, 1 wicket. Mackenzie 10, not 59, 1.
Bill, we going on now?
afternoon, all. Good afternoon, all, and welcome back to St. Mary's Park here in Keon for the second half of this third place playoff match between Jamaica and the Windward Islands. And just to give you a brief recap, in the first innings of this match, the Windward Islands, who won the toss and elected to bat, they amassed 226 all out in 46.2 overs. Top scorer was Kurt Murray with 62 from 104 deliveries. Stefan Pascal, the opening batsman and captain, he got 60 from 34. Rashino Fontaine, he got 45 from 63 deliveries. And for the Jamaicans, Tamari Redwood, the right arm leg spinner, he got 2 for 33 from 7.2 overs. Revon Morgan, 2 for 34 in 10. And Vital Laws, the left arm Chinaman bowler, he was the most successful, caused a lot of problems for the batsman on this pitch. He got 3 for 39 in 10 overs. As we see, the two opening batsmen for Jamaica. Out there in the middle, it's going to be Kivandre Virgo on strike, and he's partnered by Tyreek Bryan. Kirsten Murray will open the bowling from the far end in this innings. As I say, good afternoon to Al Edwards. Good afternoon, Al.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon to those listening and viewing. We're in for a serious battle with 227. The Jamaicans would feel that that's a gettable target, and they'll have to go about it, but they'll have to go about it very smartly indeed.
So, play is just about to get underway here. So, we're set to see the first delivery of the second innings. Quick single taken, and had that hit, it would have been very close. But the single is completed, and that would bring Tyreek Bryan on strike. He's also a left-handed batsman, so the field for Kirsten Murray, of course, he has a brother Kurt in the team as well. There's a deep fine leg. There's a man at mid wicket or just forward of square. There's a mid on. There's a mid off. Extra cover, point, 2 slips, and a deep third man. So Brian, he's taking his guard in a manner that was made popular by Shivnarain Chandapal, just tapping the bail into the ground. Of course, the Windward Islands would have gotten off to a flying start, courtesy of their captain, Stefan Pascal. He really powered the ball into all different parts of the ground in the first 10 overs.
Yes, he was playing over the top a lot, and then eventually perish, live by the sword and then die by the sword.
The
The
pitch
last
has
time I saw him here, he looked very adept to the offside. Some crisp cover drives and some spanking cut shots. That's Tariq Bryan.
he would be hoping, along with Virgo, to provide a good platform for this chase. They only require a bit over 4.5 runs to start the chase, so nothing insurmountable in that regard. But what would be an issue, of course, is the fact that the pitch has started to show signs of slowing up a bit. And as we've seen here in Keon, there is good purchase for the spinners, of which the Windward Islands has a fair few in their arsenal.
Yes, the brother to this fast bowler is a left arm spinner. And it seems that Jones and Fontenelle are also spinners.
Swan Murray is bending his back. some good bounce, of course. There was nice bounce and carry in the first innings, in particular when the ball was new. And the batsman is flashing outside the off stump. There was an appeal given not out by the umpire standing at the far end, that is Philip August. And the first over concludes with the score one without loss.
Not a bad first over at all. Very good first over. In fact, Morris stuck to his line just outside the half stump. All the batsman could do was to tuck it down to short gully area and in the covers for no one. Conceded one, a tight single in fact.
So we're gonna see number 19. That's Davin Ford, and he's gonna be coming from the pavilion end, right arm. Looks to be fast medium. He'll be bowling to Kevandre Virgo. Feel for him. There's a mid off, extra cover point, man at deep third man, two slips, deep fine leg, a man at just forward of square, and mid on. And this one is a half volley driven to extra cover, and it's fielded by number, it looks like number 17. It seems to have hit him on the face, bubbled up, struck his hand, then hit him in the face. It looks like a.
Cody Fontanelle.
Yes, it's Cody Fontanelle, and he's still rubbing his jaw. Certainly struck with a bit of power there. Well, he's a very well built batsman, and this one is punched to the offside on the up, and the batsman will probably look for three. No, they only get two. That's a good shot by Virgo. He hit that one on the up. He is a tall man, as I was explaining. He's tall and he's strappingly built. Looks like he'll be able to provide some of that muscle that Pascal did earlier on.
But certainly not in the same manner because he looks like he's playing it all along the ground. He's playing it safe. Wants to build a platform before he goes pell-mell like Pascal.
Ooh, and this one is just pitched and middle and off, but well negotiated by the batsman. And we'd just like to give our viewers a bit of information regarding the other playoff games that are taking place today. All games being played simultaneously, as has been the case throughout this tournament. So for the seventh place playoff game, as Al would say, the coveted seventh place, the Leeward Islands won the toss and they were dismissed for 211. Israel Morton, Xavier Henry, he got 64. Israel Morton got 47. Ayush Patel and Vikapidi got 2 wickets each. This one is struck to cover, no run. For the fifth place playoff spot at St. Paul's, Trinidad and Tobago were inserted by Guyana. After they won the toss, they accumulated 129 for 9 in 39 overs, with their wicket keeper having had to retire hurt. This one is just clipped to mid off for a quick single. Score goes up by 1. Yes, the Trinidad and Tobago team 129 for 9. Racha got 39. The leg spin duo of Latif and Matur were the two successful two of the successful bowlers for Guyana. Latif got 2 for 20, Matura 2 for 51. And in the first place game, as the second over concludes here in St. Mary's Park with the score on 4 after 2 overs. Yes, and in the first place playoff game, the USMN team won, having won the toss and batted. They were bowled out for 212 in 49 overs. Adnit Jam, he got 38. Prasad, 27. Zachary Carter, the opening batsman, he got 3 for 46 in 10 overs. And Jakeem Pollard, the tall left arm fast bowler, he got 3 for 42 in 8.2 overs. As we about to see the third over being bowled here. And this one takes the edge and carries through to the wicketkeeper. So early strike here by Kirsten Murray, and it's that man Virgo who has to depart for 4. He was looking good. He played some good shots to the offside this time. Just feeling for one, pitched outside the off stump, got the edge, and the first wicket down with the score on 4.
Well, Luvio Charles, the wicketkeeper, led that rejoicing when we heard that edge. And he took it cleanly, went to his left slightly, and began to celebrate. 1 wicket down.
So, first blood to the men from the Windward Islands as the captain, Brian Barnes, strides to the middle. So, this pair as well, the most prolific in terms of run scoring for Jamaica. Tyreek Bryan, he's the 12th highest run scorer in this tournament with 197 runs at an average of 28.14. He has a highest score of 58 versus the USMN team 1 in the first game here for the tournament. The captain, Brian Barnes, he is the 14th highest run scorer in the tournament, second highest for Jamaica. He has 250s. He got 68 against Guyana and 50 versus the USMN 2. He accumulated overall 190 runs at an average of 38. And so this partnership, one would think, Al, is very crucial if Jamaica are to get anywhere close to this target of 227 for victory.
We've seen that playing out among a number of teams.
This one is steered to the man at a backward point. That is Kurt Murray. Was Kurt Murray the top scorer in the Windward Islands innings with 62? Played a good hand, but got out to a really good delivery. Was bowled by Laws, who had a remarkable spell of bowling here. He only ended up with 2 wickets, but he did cause the batsman all sorts of problems. Probably should have gotten more wickets if we are being honest. A few chances being dropped by Slip and the wicket keeper. And this one is short and it's just hooked away fine, and it's going to beat the man at deep fine leg. And so the first boundary of the innings in this, the third over, goes to the captain Barnes. It was short and badly lined on the leg stump, and he just hooked it fine. There is a man here, deep fine leg, but he's more of a wide position. That one flew off the boundary. We see Barnes here. He's flicking his wrist. It seems to have probably come off the glove, maybe. Seemed to have come off the bat, though, Al.
Yeah, it came off the bat.
Yes.
They probably rolled down, but it came like the back of the bat, which is what caused it to go so fine. But nonetheless, it was an effective 4. And as I was saying, a lot of these teams are dependent on certain batsmen. Once they get out, you see them being deflated. I think Barnes is one of them.
Barnes is chipping down and he flicks this one to the vacant backward square region. The fine leg comes around and fields, so the batsman cross for 2. So Barnes showing some intent here. He's striding down the pitch on his third delivery. We have seen that tactic being employed throughout the day. Al, was first Pascal, then Fontaine, Murray as well, and a few of the other Windward Islands batsmen. They were looking to get forward down the track, not forward, get down the track.
Well, they can do that on this track because it's an easy pace wicket and they can afford to get closer to the pitch of the ball. But it's medium pace or a little faster.
As the day has progressed, we've seen the difference in the squares being made more obvious. We can see the pitches on the right and left of the middle pitch that we are using for this match. It's more crumbling. Effort delivery there by Kirsten Murray. Of course, the Jamaicans would be, if they are to get to this total, it would certainly be the highest successful chase at this venue in this tournament. Of course, the highest score chase was 181 by Guyana. This one is well left outside the off stump. And that concludes the third over. So after over number 3, the score 10 for 1. Bit of a quiet start here. The run rate just creeping over 4.5. It's 4.62. Of course, there's a lot of time left in regard to overs. I think what would be important for the Jamaican batsmen in this innings is to preserve wickets, try to get themselves in. And we saw a few good innings in the Windward Islands, barring Pascal, who came out guns blazing, but their batsmen seemed to look to graft and rotate the strike. That is something I believe the Jamaican batsmen would do well to implement throughout this chase. It's not the easiest wicket to bat on, in particular the second innings, the pass score somewhere between 160 and 180. Of course, they require 227, so that would require at least another 40 runs to the pass score.
Yes, they have to go. They also have to go above par. And based on the armory that the Windwards have, I don't think it will be an easy task. It's going to be an epic battle here today.
So, of course, these two teams battling for a podium finish, Al. Going to battling for the bronze. It's not gold, but it's certainly not too far off.
As I said earlier, the winner gets the bronze and the loser cries.
And this one takes the edge, but played it with soft hands. Did Brian, that allowed for it to drop just short of slip, but the bowler is causing some discomfort for the batsman. It's a really steady start from these two bowlers. They haven't really allowed the batsman to get away with anything. There was that one boundary by Barnes, came off the back of the bat, as I would have said, fine.
Yes, they seem very disciplined.
And I think that has been the strength of the Windward Islands. It has been their bowling. And of course, they would take great confidence in the start that they had in this tournament. They would have only made 124 against the Leeward Islands in their first match, but was able to successfully defend it. They bowled out the Leeward Islands by 119 in Connery, won that game by 5 runs. Ooh, and this one is driven nicely, but good stop there by, it looks like, Fontenelle. Ooh, and he's fishing outside the off stump is Brian. And the fielders out there in a mock celebration. Final delivery of the fourth over. And it's quietly played into the offside and no run taken. So a maiden delivered there by Darwin Ford. The score remains on 10 for 1. So slow start by the men from Jamaica, obviously reeling from the loss of that early wicket, that of Kivandre Virgo. Virgo, of course, he was the second highest wicket taker for Jamaica coming into this match. Had an all right go of it with the ball. Got 1 for 40 in 6 overs. Murray continuing from the far end. He's been rather consistent. Of course.
Continuing with the Austin, top of Austin line. Very disciplined. I'm very impressed. Both of them.
Unfortunately for us, Al, we've witnessed some, at times, very dreadful bowling, very ill disciplined and erratic. But a really good start here. They've been on the money so far, the opening bowlers of the Windward Islands. Oh, and he's flicking this one off his leg, and it's gonna go for 6. It goes for 6, and it luckily stays in the ground. It was close to being hit over that concrete wall that separates us from the access road just below it. But a good shot there by Barnes. It was an effortless shot, really. He just clipped it off of his legs for 6. So first real sign of aggression from him.
Well, badly lined on that occasion. Going a bit too close to center stump. He needs to go back to top of our stump. Let's see how he will respond.
Oh, and he's getting full, and he's driven now over long on, and that goes for 6 as well. So 2 sixes to start this 5th over, and 2 lovely shots. This one just played on the up over long on, so the pitch is still showing signs that it is a good pitch to bat on. Al, of course, that will change when the spinners come into the attack, but they have the first power play of pace to contend with the Jamaican batsman, and they would be hoping to maximize these first 10 overs. And he's looking to drive, and a spectacular effort there in the extra cover region. It was driven in the ear, and he went with one hand. He flew like Superman to his right, but just was unable to get it to stick. I'm trying to get the feel that's there. It looks like it looks like Fontaine, I believe. We'll verify that, but it was really a remarkable effort. Barnes, he lives on. This one again lined on the leg stump, clipped away by Brian this time. Yes, it does look like Fontenelle.
It was a superlative effort. He had to throw his body full length to his right, palmed the ball, but just couldn't hold on. Those catches are to stick rather than try to grab them.
Oh, and this one is a full toss, and I think he was stumped there a bit. Was the captain Barnes? He didn't seem to know how he should deal with that, and the over concludes rather quietly. So, 24 for 1.
An expensive over. I think 14 runs came off of that over. 2 sixes, 2 singles. For a sign of a real aggression from the Jamaican batsmen. Something they'll have to mix with with smarts to get singles and twos and turn over the bowling mixed with the aggression as Ford will continue.
Brian is 1 from 12 deliveries. He's clipping this one nicely backward of square. They're going to look for two. No, it's well fielded by the man who was positioned at forward square. So the field for Darwin Ford, there's a mid off, extra cover, point, two slips, a deep third man, a deep fine leg, a man just about mid wicket in an orthodox position, and there's a mid on, a bit wide. Captain Barnes on strike. And he's clipping this one over square leg for four. And so it has proven to be productive for him in this inning so far. He's got 10 runs, I believe. No, it's 14. He got behind square. He got a 4, 6, and now a 4. So 14 runs so far behind square. One over me. Yeah, back with the square. Back with the square. He got
6, 2, 6, and 4.
yeah, but he scored. Mid on. Nominous here, and he's, I guess, in some ways replicating in a more minor way the innings of Pascal. Pascal, who came out with great intent, as we see now a change in the field. There's now a man. He seems to be at backward square, so he was taken from slip and moved to that backward square region. And he's walking down, and it was short. Slapped it away to the offside. It's gonna run close to the boundary, but reeled in by, it looks like, Fontenelle. Batsman cross for two. Barnes has flown to 25 in just 12 deliveries.
Yes, they put in the field out backward square leg, but I don't think he is out far enough for the way Barnes is striking that ball. That ball will elude his head and go into the boundary.
Barnes is
Unless he is stretched and can pull it in.
He's a powerfully built player. Is Barnes. He's tall and he's muscular, and he's shown a bit of that muscle this innings. And he's hitting this one nicely over extra cover. One bounce into the boundary for four. And so Barnes really showing his class here. He did hit that 4 over backward square. Now he hits this one over extra cover. Safe shot. There wasn't a man on the boundary. And Barnes, he moves on to 29 now. The score 35 for 1. One delivery left in this, the 6th over.
Instructions coming in Patois.
Ooh, and he's winding up and he takes a quick single. Ooh, and it just misses the stumps. Is the man number 27, that is Devonta McDowell. And so an eventful way to end the 6th over. The score 36 for 1 with that attempted run out.
Well, they're ahead of the required weight, which is just over 4.5. They're up to 6 after 6 overs with Barnes doing the bulk of the scoring. He's on to 30. Almost got one out just now. If that one had hit, it would have been all ends out.
And we're seeing a bit of a change in the feel here. There's some discussion being had. Of course, Barnes, he's not afraid of any type of banter. He was practicing it regularly throughout the innings of the Windward Islands. He was very vocal with his chirping. I think the discussion was about having a man close under the bat. Uh, there was a dialogue between the two captains and the umpire, but the change is actually a man going to backward square leg in the circle, of course. And one slip, the captain, Pascal, is there. Ooh, and Bansi. So I'm keeping just low and slips to the wicket keeper, but really good fielding by the. Yes, it looks like McDowell here at uh, fine leg. Yes, sorry, it's Daniel, Jonathan Daniel, doing some really good work, sliding around, and the batsmen were only able to get one. Brings back Brian and Shaikh Brian, who is 2 from 13, playing more of a support role to the more aggressive bands. This one short, and he's tucking the batsman up. He seemed to have hit him in the rib area. Of course, he's not going to rub it. The pride of the batsman, Al. He's not going to show the bowler any weakness. He's retaking his guard, but the bowler followed to a little further than he normally would, just to make a little inquiry to the batsman, let him know that I'm not going to pitch it up to you all the time.
Well, according to the great Andy Roberts, whenever a bowler bounce and hit a batsman, he will go down and apologize and tell them, I don't want to hit you, I want you out. I won't hit you if you're in the pavilion.
As we see a change in the field again. Okay, so the slip has been taken out. Has he? No, it seems like it's just the fielder being replaced. And I think we are going to see a replacement in the field. A change in the field here. One of the players are coming off. Looks like McDowell coming off the field. And so with McDowell going off the field, of course, they're only down to 10 men in the field at the Windward Islands. On this one, a short delivery and called wide, but you could have heard the effort that Kirsten Murray put into that one, as we would say, bending his back and grunting. Oh, and Murray, oh, this one probably took the edge. So after two short deliveries, it was the thick trick. Sorry, thick trick. The two short ones and a full delivery was able to keep it out by his given. So it missed everything, and really smart bowling here from Murray. Two well directed short deliveries. Well, one of course was wide, but two fast short deliveries and trying to catch the batsman unawares with that Yorker, and the wicket keeper unable to hold it. The wicket keeper, of course, is Luvio Charles behind the stumps for the Windward Islands. Brings though that by brings Barnes back on strike. Ooh, and this one full in the block hole, and good little battle between the bowler Murray and Barnes. There seems to be a little bit of verbal back and forth. Love to see it, really.
Well, there seems to have been a lot of verbal altercations going on out there because our information is that one of the fillers was sent off by the captain. And so you notice that Windward only have 10 men on the field.
And Barnes makes them pay for that man being off the field. He hits it all the way for six. This delivery back of a length, and he swung it away over mid wicket. So he's really dealing in sixes. Is Barnes. That's his third of the inning so far. He races on to 30. Sorry, it would be 36. Three fours and three sixes so far in his innings. So he's only run six singles. And this one played quietly into the leg side, no one taken. So at the end of over number 7, they score 45 for 1. So the Jamaican under 19s, they require 182 in 258 deliveries. So we're waiting to see if a fielder will replace McDowell. Yes. So currently just utilizing 10 players at the Windward Islands. And there's Brian, he's fishing for one outside the off stump and he's reprimanded by his captain Barnes. He's having a discussion with him, asking him that one was wide. Why are you fishing for that one? He flayed his hands in despair, did the captain at the non-striker end, and he's still having a conversation with Brian. Ooh, and this one probably would be disappointed to have missed out on that one. It was full outside the off stump. Brian is struggling a bit to find his timing in total contravention to Barnes, who's been seeing it as big as a breadfruit al. He's been striking it to all parts of the ground, whereas Brian, he's probably seen it like a golf ball.
Marble.
Yes, and this one squeezes off the outside edge down to third man, brings the rampant Barnes back on strike.
Well, that is what Tyreek's supposed to be doing. Trying to get the single early to give it Barnes because Barnes seems to be in form and in a mood, an aggressive mood that would overhaul his total in less than no time. He's scoring it at a rate of 6 and over when he's only with the required rate it was started at 7.5, 4.5, sorry.
This is where situational awareness comes in. You're struggling, just get off strike, get the man who's hitting it well, seeing it well on strike, while you yourself try to get yourself in. So we see a change in the field here for Barnes. The man at mid off, he goes out to long off. It looks like Fontaine. Yes, it is Fontaine, and the deep fine leg comes into the circle.
Good response from Ford as he learned his lesson, certainly not going up to the arc of Barnes and not too short for him to tug as he pulled one almost out of the ground just a while ago. But to take up on your point, I will continue the discussion after.
This one is an ugly shot by Barnes. It was a swipe across the line, looking to go over mid wicket, the ball on off stump, and he's flashing his hands. It's his right hand. It seems to be giving him some discomfort. We saw earlier on in the innings when he struck that four behind. Well, when he got it to fine leg, he was rubbing that hand. He's continuing to feel some discomfort, as we have a bit of a small break in play here as he tries to uh, fix himself up. Of course,
Well, it gives us time to explain that because of the altercation between the captain and the player, I don't think the rules allow a substitute to come on. And so it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and to 10 minutes still on the field for the Windward Islands.
of course, it puts them at a massive disadvantage as over number 8 concludes with the score on 46 for 1. Puts them at a massive disadvantage regarding that man being off the field. As we see Barnes, there's some water being carried out to him, probably with a message as well. So just 2 overs left in this first power play. Of course, the first power play, only 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle.
Well, I will expect that rate to drop appreciably after those 10 overs. So Barnes may want to keep it up and then continue sedately.
So I think it would be imperative for them to maximize the first 10 overs. They have 2 left. It's Brian on strike, though. He's struggled so far in this innings. This one shot, and it's cracked away to the offside for 4. It was just back of a length outside the off stump, and he just got on top of it and hit it to the cover boundary. Good shot.
Well, we've seen that shot from him before. He played against the USA men's 1 team. Very prolific to that area, driving and cutting to the offside. That's his strong area. And if you're too short down the onside, he will pull you.
So his first boundary of the innings, a delightful one at that. One would think that extra fielder would have probably been in or around that area. There's no man at extra cover. I think it's the captain there, Pascal. He's now making a change. So he's bringing the man who was stationed at the backward square leg. Now he's brought into more of a cover region as the captain goes to extra cover. Ooh, and this one a lifting delivery outside the off stump, and he was caught in 2 minds there. The batsman, he thought about playing it, but decided to leave it at the last minute. We did see initially in the innings of the Windward Islands batsmen, they were getting a lot of inside edges, and the one would have led to the dismissal of the opening batsman Edward, who chopped onto his stump.
Mm-hmm.
This one short, and it just falls into the offside away from any field. A quick single taken, and so fast was Brian running to the non-strikers, and he left his bat just past the stumps as he continued to run in the area of the groundsman under the tent there at the far end.
He started late, and so he had to get onto his horse. Call up Usain Bolt for some points and get to the end of the wicket just in time, because there was the other Murray trying to throw down the stumps.
He ran to the tape there, Al. Oh, and this one a fuller delivery played out to the offside. I think what Barnes did with that quick single is he's trying to get the majority of strike. He understands that Brian is just struggling a bit with his timing. And on the flip side, he's been hitting it really well. He's 36 from 23 deliveries, going at just over 150 strike rate as there's a change in the field. It's number 13. That is Jonathan Daniel moving into the circle at fine leg, and a long on in place, and this one wide, and so called by umpire Auguste. Two deliveries left in this ninth over. When this one uh, full pitched outside off stump and just caressed to the cover boundary. That was all timing by the captain Barnes, and with that boundary, well, they would have passed 50 earlier. It's now 56 for one. Barnes moves to 40 from 24 deliveries. Required rate, it's just under, sorry, just over 4 runs and over. They're currently scoring at 6.24. The equation 171 required from 247 with one delivery left in this, the ninth over. That was a delightful shot, Al.
Oh, yes. Pleasant. Pleasing on the eyes. Through the gap.
And it's not, he was looking to play it quietly into the offside to get a quick single overcalled by umpire Auguste from the far end. So after over number 9, the score 56 for one. So just one over left in this first power play period. You see, the physio is.
I remember Barnes had a bandage on that hand, even while he was fielding.
Yes, and I think he was trying to bowl and he took that strapping off. He's in some discomfort as the physio is working on him there. It seems like he's getting some bandage somewhere on his hand.
Probably wouldn't say the bandage as that's the same hand that goes in the glove. But he's certainly in some pain. Maybe that is what is spurring him on to play so aggressively.
Injury does seem to bring out the best in some batsmen. Al, we've seen some remarkable innings. One that pops into memory is a 200 scored by Glenn Maxwell against Afghanistan in a 50 over match.
He was literally done on one leg.
Yes, a remarkable innings by him. Oh, and this one is slipped nicely to forward square for 4. And a nice bit of time in there by, it looks like, Brian.
So delicate touch.
See,
just clipped off his pads to the vacant forward square gap and rolling into the boundary for 4.
And the Windward Islands still without 11 on the field. As a man now is going back to the deep square boundary as fine leg comes into the circle. So the field for Brian, there's a mid-off, extra cover point, deep third man, fine leg in the circle. There's a deep forward square, a man at mid-wicket and mid-on. Of course, missing McDowell, who is off the field. Oh, and he's flicking this one over that short fine leg region, and he's gonna get 4. So 2 4s in the first 3 deliveries of this over. The score moves on to 60 now. Sorry, it's 64.
You cannot set a field for bad bowling. They tried to push out the man. Then he came back to the off stump. This is where he should be bowling. There was so discipline at the early part of the game where they bowled top of off stump all the time. And whenever he strays down there, Byron or Barnes will clip him off. Straight drive.
And he's kicking himself is Brian there. He felt he missed out. I too feel like he missed out. That was a half volley. I think he, in the process of trying to overhit it, it just got the inner portion of the bat and rolled to mid on.
Yes, based on his shots in his armory, he has the capability of playing that sort of slug drive, lifting it over the bowler's head. I think that is what he wanted to do as he is horsing another shot.
So just one delivery left in this 10th over. And he's driving this one nicely, but can't pierce the field. So at the end of over number 10 and the first power play of this second innings, they score 64 for 1.
Well, that
As
makes the math rather easy. 10 into 64. It's going at a rate of 6.4 when they only required 4 points.
and we'll take a short drinks break here. And welcome back to St. Mary's Park here in Keon, where we just had a brief water break. And we'll see the introduction of a spin for the first time in this Jamaican innings. I believe it's going to be Kurt Murray. Murray, who just waiting for confirmation. We we have some updates for you in regard to the other matches being played around St. Kitts Nevis in this the playoff games. It looks like Theo Edward, who's gonna be coming from the far end. He replaces Kirsten Murray. This one is driven nicely by the captain Barnes as I welcome Wilman McCall to the commentary position. Good afternoon, McCall.
Good afternoon, VJ, and to all our listeners. We have a good game in prospect uh, here. Jamaica trying to hunt down
26.
226 runs. And of course, they have made a good start. They have lost one wicket, yes, but they're going fairly well.
It's a good leave by Brian Byrne, who is 16 from 28 deliveries with 3 boundaries. He's partnered by his captain Barnes, 41 from 26, quick single taken into the leg side. So positive running by the captain there. Partnership now we're at 62 from 50 deliveries.
Well, the early departure from Virgo put Jamaica under a little pressure, and that pressure has been eased by the batting of Barnes, Brian Barnes, the captain. He has 41 from 26. He has been quite severe on those deliveries pitched too far up or too short, and he has sort of eased the pressure and built a nice partnership with his partner of 63 from 51 balls.
This one a full toss. It's driven to the man at long off. And just as a comparison, in the first 10 overs, the Windward Islands would have accumulated 73 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. And the men from Jamaica, they were able to get 64 runs for the loss of just 1 wicket. So they've made a good start in regard to their chase as over number 11 concludes with the score 68 for 1.
The Jamaicans would have to just keep things as they are, avoid as many dot balls as possible. They have 159 runs in the behind the Windward Islanders, and they have 234 balls to get those runs. So there is no pressure. In fact, their current run rate is 6.18. The required run rate to make that 226 runs is 4.08. So they are well in the ascendancy, in my view. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, if they continue to do as they are doing, they will get by in a very quick time. There's a bowling change for the Windward Islanders.
It's going to be Fontenelle, number 17. So I also think he's bowling off break. And so, interesting tactic as we see McDowell now. He's back on the field. So the Windward should have 11 players out there now. Fontenelle, a leg spinner.
Is it right arm leggy or right?
Yes, right arm leggy.
Okay, so his balls will be coming into the batsman. He has a deep mid wicket.
Ooh, and it's dropped. And the inquiry was made by Pascal at slip.
Seems as though there was an edge on that one. The keeper dropped it. Just the reaction. You could only tell by the reaction. There was an edge. he boxed it rather than hold it, and so the batsman lives to fight another day.
Those are the type of chances that you need to take if you are to be successful. Ooh, and this one wide, probably the googly, just turning away from Brian. It is on strike. Oh, and this one lined badly, and it swept away for six. So powerful shot there by Brian. It was a badly lined delivery on leg stump and hitting with the turn. No one in the deep square leg vicinity, and so always a safe shot.
Mhm. Well, it's what you call a slug sweep. He actually reached across the off stump to fetch it, and it went all the way behind square into the deep backward square leg boundary for four. But a shot, of course, that the bowler may want to encourage, given the degree of turn that he's extracting. He's a ball that it was intended to play into the offside. It took the inside edge because of movement into him, and it went to the short mid wicket area.
Ooh, and this one misfielded at the cover region. It looks like Theo Edward. The is it? No, it seems like it's
Fontaine.
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 That's number 11. Brings the captain bands on strike. Oh, and this one is slapped in the ear, and the man at mid off he just trundles around. That's McDowell, who was off the field for a bit, and an eventful end to the 12th over. The score 77 for one.
Yes, providing you restrict the run rate, it would cause the batsman to take chances. I don't think there should have been any chance taken, given that there was a six hit in the same over. And he went hard at it over the extra cover area. The man from deep, long off ran around, but not with enough effort, in my view. I think the effort could have been better. Get closer to it and just see what happens after. But it fell in front of him, and there was a run taken, and that's all there was to that. But the current run rate, of course, is 6.42, and the required is 3.95. So the Jamaicans are going at a rather good rate.
This one a faster delivery outside the off stump by Edward, and just want to give you our listening viewers update on the matches that are happening all around St. Kitts Nevis. There's the Leeward Islands versus USA men's second team in Nevis, and the US men 45 for 2 in 11 overs. They're chasing 167. Sorry. This one is tickled fine by the captain Barnes. He's going to come back for 2. Yes, it came off the bat. Sorry, the USMN2, they require 167 runs from 236 deliveries. That's in Nevis at St. Paul's. It's the 5th place playoff game between Guyana and Trinidad. Badly lined this delivery and hesitation.
Yeah, an attempted sweep by Barnes, which he didn't connect. In fact, the ball, because of that, it was called a wide. It ran down behind square. The man from slip scampered away to collect it. There was not a single hat because Barnes was still in his position to sweep.
This one played for single, yes. The 5th place playoff game between Guyana and Trinidad. They scored their 47 for 3. Guyana require 82 from 228 deliveries with 7 wickets in hand. And in the final, the first place playoff game. Oh, and this one is steered nicely. It was a quicker delivery. Brian just opened the face deftly, and the batsman crossed for 2. Yes, in that first place playoff game, the USA men, they would have made 212, and the Barbados 101 in 10 overs. So they're after a flare. This one cracked away to the point. The man sweeping on the cover boundary. Barbados. They require 112 from 239 deliveries, and so that seems to be an interesting matchup. Of course, the Bajan men were rolled over here against the USA men's team one in the round robin phase of this tournament, as this one is powered too wide, long on, and a
good
great running catch.
Good running catch.
A great running catch
Yes.
there, and he's celebrating. Is the fielder out there? So the captain Barnes, he departs. He departs for 43.
Yes, there was no need for
Sorry, 46.
46 in 32 balls. There was no need for Barnes to go for a shot like that. Not that it wasn't there, but sometimes you have to play the game. You have to read the game, as some people say, game awareness. And with the equation tilted in their tilted in their favor, he could have just played it around as they have been doing for the last few overs and get it even closer. It's 142 runs left, and 223 balls left to do it. And so him being there would have been quite a steady hand for Jamaica, but he gave it away, and he went to go long and hard. He went. It caught probably the inside of the bat rather than the full face. It went all the way down to a deep mid-wicket area where the man went away from wide long on, and he took a rather good running catch.
Yes,
the name of the fielder eludes me though.
Yes, I'm trying to get verification of who the fielder is, and that concluded the 13th over as well. So the score 84 for 2. The end of over number 13.
Yeah, so Fontenelle is Theo Edwards is the one bowling. And let me refresh. Okay.
And this one is stylishly driven, but a good stop by the man there at extra cover. We're just trying to verify who took that catch for you. And it's officially been given to Fontaine. Oh, and this one is swept nicely, but remarkable
beautiful.
fielding there. That is a lovely bit of fielding
Yes.
by the man at short fine leg. Had it beaten him, it certainly would have gone for a boundary. It looks like Kirsten Murray it is.
Diving away to his right.
Right, yes, his weaker side as well.
Yes, and taking pulling that one in to make sure it doesn't get away from him, and wouldn't give Jamaica the advantage. Then, the required runs 142. I think Barnes, realizing that, should have been a lot more cautious.
Binns, he's facing his first delivery, leaves this one. Binns, who had a bit of an indifferent day in the field, he was guilty on a few occasions of sloppiness. He dropped a catch. There were a few misfields. While he was out there, he'll certainly be looking to make amends with the bat.
He was the one who.
Yes, he dropped Pascal.
The catch resounded from.
Yes, well, it was a delivery. It was a catch that he totally misjudged. It struck him in the chest. And the thud was very loud. We heard it audibly through the mic here in the commentary position. That is a fair distance from the middle out there. But I think that probably would have, well, the Jamaicans would hope that struck some life into him. He'll certainly need a big innings if Jamaica had to be successful here. And this one, a well-flighted delivery coming off the inner portion of the bat. And so the over concludes quickly. The score now 86 for 2.
Yeah, the ball went really high at the time when Pascal was batting. And when the time I saw it got that high, I say he wouldn't take that because the ball was swirling around. The wind was really up. He got under it, he thought, and he missed it. There was a tremendous thud from his chest as the ball descended, and the catch went to ground. I know he felt, he felt pain twice.
Yes.
The indignity of having dropped the catch and the pain of that 8-ounce ball banging into his chest.
Yes, that's.
But he has a chance now to make amends and to do something for the Jamaicans.
Let's see.
Cody Fontenelle.
It's Edward. It's Edward, the off
Edward.
spinner, yes, from the far
Okay, let
end.
me refresh. There we are. Okay.
Yes, of course, the captain Barnes, I
Yes.
think he was plagued by that injury to his right hand, and that was probably the reason why he was so aggressive, as this one is just tucked into the backward point region for a signal. Yes, Barnes, he was struggling with that right hand, of course, the top hand for him, a left-handed batsman, and I believe that was the reason why he was playing with such aggression. Uh, got out though at a bad time. And a really good partnership, a partnership worth 80 between Barnes and Brian.
Yeah, Brian seemed to be one that will stabilize this innings and get Jamaica into a winning position.
There certainly needs to be a partnership. Of course, the equation is fair one for now. The Jamaicans only require 3.93. They're going at a little over 6. This one is trying to get a bit cute and run it to third man. Dangerous shot considering the fact that the captain of the Windward Islands, Pascal, is at slip waiting for an edge. And he's looking to go over the top. It's gonna fall. Oh, that's a brilliant catch.
Brilliant catch.
Yes, I thought it was gonna drop just short of the man running in at long off, but he took a really good catch diving forward, and the Jamaicans now losing their third wicket, and it's the set man. It's Brian who departs now, and
Yeah, Brian
really,
hit that one intending to go long with it. And I don't see why they are taking chances. The equation is all in their favor. They have the wickets to deal with it, and they are faltering by the lack of what we call game awareness. They are not. They do not realize they're in a good position to win. They seem to think that they are behind. Hence the reason why they are seeking to go hitting fours and sixes. But that was a good catch.
yeah, yes.
He ran for a while and he took it just about his shoelaces, as we say sometimes. A brilliant catch.
Yes, he took it really low down to the ground. He had to dive forward there. As we see the new man, David Dewar, number 74. He's a tall, strappingly built batsman. And what I would say again, McCall, just to echo your sentiments, it's just the situational awareness. You've just lost a wicket. Your captain, who tried to take on the man straight, although that was more of a long on position that
yes.
he was trying to go over long off, an ill-advised shot, and
I mean, he would have done better to push it the way down there and take one, or maybe two. Push it slowly and try to get 2 runs. But to try to go over, it's just a risk. It's a risk you can ill afford to take.
So the Jamaicans now need a partnership. There are two new batsmen at the crease. That wicket, of course, concluded the 15th over with the score 87 for 3. This one is just played out backward of some backward of square on the leg side. It ran to in the fine leg region, and it's signaled as run. So that one coming off the bat.
So Benz have made his fourth run from his sixth delivery. Here was one floated up outside the off stump by the bowler Fontenelle, and well flighted delivery, apparently teasing the batsman, trying to get him to go long. And
this one short, and it's pulled out just short of the man diving there at mid wicket. And one thing I must say about the fielders of the Windward Islands, they're very sharp in the field. They dive about. That is the man Fontaine there at mid wicket, diving forward, and unlucky for him, unable to snap it up just off the turf. Oh, and this one is flighted, but driven away nicely to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. That brings David Dewar on strike. He's about to face his first delivery. So the field set for Fontenelle. There's a long off, deep cover, a man at extra cover, point, a slip on the offside. As we see now, the field changes for the left-handed Dewar. There's a man who was at long off. He's going in the circle now. That's McDowell. There's a long on, deep foul, a deep square leg. There's a mid wicket, a fine leg. There's a backward point, extra cover, mid off, man sweeping on the boundary, and a slip. So there is.
We have lost the sunshine though, Vijay. Not that it's threatening. There is some rain on the horizon going toward mansions, tabernacle area, maybe Molyneux. That would not bother us. If it begins behind us, then we're in trouble. But the place has cooled down quite a bit. There's no direct sunshine, so we can see some movement of the ball in the event that there's a pace bowler on, but they are just spinners. Here he is.
And he's really giving it some good flight here. Is Fontenelle. You can see he's ripping it from the hand from this distance. He's giving it a good flight, good loop, tempting the batsman. Of course, the mid-off is in the circle. And so he's tempting him just to take a chance at the end of the 16th over. The score is 90 for 3.
90 for 3. It means there are 137 runs to get. And they have 205 balls to do so.
Yes.
And so it beats me as to why there are so many chances being taken and so many indiscretions being committed, and why there are, why give a chance to the opposition when you have things all under control?
Edward is bowling a flatter one here. Edward, he is beginning his 4th over. He has figures of 2 for 12. He's gotten the 2 danger men so far in the Jamaican innings, the captain Barnes as well as Brian, the opening batsman. This one is forced away to short extra cover. It's that man Binns on strike. He needs to. Well, I'm not sure what he's doing here. He's skying this one to mid-off. I was just saying he needs to get a big score to make up for his indiscretions, yes, in the field. But another indiscretion ends his participation in this match. He was trying to go over extra cover and just ended up looping this one to the man there at mid-off, who takes a simple catch. And so, really from nowhere, McCall, there's bit of an implosion here in the Jamaican innings.
Well, I wouldn't I wouldn't harp on it too much now. There are 3 wickets down. There are another 7 wickets for the Windward Islands to get. But I take, my point has been, and now you've said it, what's the hurry? What's the rush? 137 runs to go, 201 balls to get it. There's all the time in the world for them to do it. But yet they keep going, trying to go long, trying to hit 6s and 4s when that's not the requirement. The requirement is to walk the ball around, get your singles, get your 2s. When the occasional opportunity presents itself for you to go big, like for 4, then you go. But game awareness. I have just lost a wicket. Why should I try to go long? Let me push it down the ground for a single. That is not what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that everybody wants to go, helter-skelter for no reason. And again, game awareness, match awareness. What's the position of the game? How do I, what am I required to do? Those are the things that must be considered.
Listen, Edward, he continues to pick up wickets here. Your batsman, Paget Nelson, the wicket keeper. and he's beaten outside the off stump first up, looking for a booming cover drive. And so the Jamaicans desperately need a partnership here. And this one down the leg side, he's essaying a sweep shot. Of course, there's a man at just backward of square in this circle.
David Doa has faced two balls, have not made a contribution as yet. And Nelson just facing his second ball, and both are on naught. And as you say, they need a partnership, and certainly they do. Edwards bowling flatter, 3.4 overs, no maidens, 14 runs, 3 wickets. Theo Edwards and Cody Fontenelle, 3 overs, no maidens, 14 runs, no wickets. And it's a situation where Jamaica will have to, from this position, rebuild. The runs are 136. The balls are counting down. It was 205, now it's 198. And so they would have to now work the singles and twos, do that as frequently as possible. Try not to give your wicket away. When the occasional bad delivery presents itself, you score.
So it's Dua on strike. Oh, and he's bowled. And he's beaten all ends up. It was a flighty delivery as Fontenelle does a somersault. And a don't think the coach would advise him to continue doing that at the risk of injury, but certainly elated that was a full pitch delivery aligned on middle stump, and somehow the batsman missed it. It hit the middle stump, and the slump continues for Jamaica. They lose their 5th wicket with this score 91, and it's looking like it's going to all be over soon. There seems to be little to no application by these batsmen just to get through this rough period.
But to my mind, I think the ball went under his bat, Being a tall man, I think he played over it. And he got bowled. Well, only the replay can show you that.
Yes.
But from what I've seen, maybe I don't see as well as you.
Well, no, I agree with you, but
I think he played over it.
Yes,
he's a tall guy. The ball was well pitched up, played over it and was bowled. I stood all day here, commentating. And Dua was feeling around us all day, back and forth, sometimes blocking our view. So I said, I want to see how good this guy can bat. And,
What I found interesting about Dua when he was fielding is he certainly likes to chirp. He does have that banter, and he was bantering the Windward Islands batsman, especially in the back end when wickets were falling quickly. The new batsman. And this one just driven in the ear, and they're rushing through for a single, and he's hit the stump. Inquiry goes into the standing umpire, that is umpire Sandy here from the pavilion end, the new batsman. It's all happening so quickly. Here is Nikolai McKenzie. He gets off strike first ball. Yes, I don't doubt that it went under his bat, McCall, but the difficulty I have it was that it was such an innocuous delivery. You would expect him to handle that. It was foolish in length, and he was just lazy. This one is cracked away to the man sweeping.
Should be 2 runs. Yes, they turn for a second. Okay. So I was speaking about Dua. He's big, but he's very athletic. He chased down a couple of balls in my view that were certain fours, and he turned them into twos and so on. He was quite athletic in the field, despite he's a tall guy.
Yes.
He's 6'2", 6'3", and he still rather athletic at his size.
So it's the wicketkeeper Nelson now on strike. Ooh, and this one, the googly, and he negotiates it well, but it's certainly been a really good bowling by these two, Fontenelle and Edward. Edward, of course, has gotten 3 wickets in 4 overs. Fontenelle now having his first in this over. This is his 4th over. Oh, and this one again flighted nicely. He's certainly giving it some good ear and tempting the batsman, uh, which he has been successful, as shown in this over.
Yeah. But Mackenzie is bent on playing the ball on the ground, actually, pushing it down to that uh, cover area. Um, Rather than going long, he's playing it on the ground.
Kenzie on strike. Ooh, and again he's flighting this one. So a great over by Fontenelle. He's really bamboozling the batsman, not only with the flight that he's imparting on his deliveries, but also the variations as well. He seems to have the googly, and the Jamaican batsman really struggling to pick him here at the end of over number 18. The score 94 for 5.
Yes, Cordy Fontenelle. Um, uh, as we've been saying all season, whenever the spin bowlers um, are in operation, there's a slowing of the run rate. There are very few boundaries unless you want to go long, and Jamaica is not handling it very well.
Well, this has
They're
been
not handling it well.
ooh, this one quicker one forced out to long on by Nelson. It's been somewhat of a capitulation uh, since the 14th over. They started off well. They got 64 from the first 10 overs, but really struggling uh, to get to the middle overs, at least this phase of 10 overs without losing wickets. Of course, the difference between this innings and the one for the Windward Islands is the fact that the middle order batsmen of the Windward Islands didn't mind to just take their time, settle in, graft, as we saw Fontaine and Murray do for that
Mhm.
huge partnership that they put on. I think it would have been for the third wicket, fourth wicket.
I think they're fourth wicket.
Yes, the fourth wicket. And so they really did a good job at that time to consolidate the innings and bat two. A very tricky period for them.
Of course, this is what is plaguing most of West Indies cricket.
One is flighting this
He
one.
goes long again,
And a
down
man
to
at
long
long off.
on.
Oh,
It
just.
goes into the boundary for 6. Wow.
And I think it's Kirsten Murray that's out there, the fast bowler. And he was jumping and it just evaded him. And so they're living dangerously, the Jamaican batsman in particular, Mackenzie here. There is the man at long off. He's challenging him. And a faster one. And driven now on the ground to that is Murray.
And Jamaica's gone past 100. 102 for 5.
Yes.
With that drop catch, well, I wouldn't say drop
No.
catch, but with that 6, of course, they have gone past 100.
Edward concludes the over with a dot. And so at the end of over number 19, the score 103 for 5.
What is required for Jamaica is an opportunity for someone to step up, push the ball around for a couple of overs, get themselves in, because you cannot make runs unless you stay in the wicket. And what is happening is that everybody is trying to go long, and it is proving unsuccessful. They may want to give themselves a chance, build a partnership. This one is 12 from 11 balls, and they may want to keep it going for a while without indiscretions. Or he goes high again, he goes long, and he is
that
out
is
caught.
a great
Out
catch
caught.
there. A great catch there. Sorry, McCall, but that is a great catch. He
It's a good catch.
tumbled forward.
The ball was dying.
Yes, it is McDowell. He was off the field for a bit there. He just did a forward somersault as the ball
Yeah.
went under his fingers.
Seemed to be a very shy guy.
Yes, of
Yeah, he
course.
had to put his fingers under it. It's what one of those shoelaces, You go down and dive down to your shoelace
And
height. and take it. He took it well.
And it has been the case throughout this innings, McCall. You would have just stressed upon the fact that these two batsmen need to build a partnership, and on the stroke of saying that,
Yeah,
again, another ill-advised shot. It's just remarkable, the senseless nature in which the Jamaican, in particular the middle order batsmen, have approached this chase. The equation is not one that requires this aggressive approach.
mhm.
You just need to consolidate. The disparity between runs and deliveries is just about 60. So that is a whole 10 overs.
That's right.
Uh,
You have that at your
yes,
disposal.
exactly. And
And
so you just need to grind it out. But again, just a lack of match awareness. And I can't say pressure. Of course, they're playing for third place, but I don't think it's a situation where the pressure is getting to them. It's just genuinely bad cricket being played as Revan Morgan, he strides to the wicket.
he's quietly out on the offside. No runs. The bowler Fontenelle has 2 wickets for 18 runs from 4.2 overs.
Ooh, this one, the googly again, just following the batsman. Morgan is going to need to bat out of his skin here. He's played 5 matches and he scored 19 runs at an average of 6. So he'll
So
need to increase that exponentially here.
at least he need to make that 6 today. Here is one that he gets down to a long off, a wide long off area, and so he will have to make at least another 5 to um, get by his average score of 6.
Yes, he is. Well, he certainly started with a beautiful off drive there. Maybe he hasn't had the luck of the draw. Oh, this one is cracked away to the man sweeping on the cover boundary on the offside. And the batsman crossed for one. One delivery left in this, the 20th over. Remarkable capitulation in this last 10 overs by the Jamaican batsman. Again, he's bowling the googly, trapping the batsman on the crease. And so, eventful end to the 20th over. The score 105 for 6.
Yeah, the batsman was getting back, hoping to get to cut the ball again as the previous batsman did. But instead of going away, the ball came back at him, cramping him for room. He almost played it onto his stumps, but instead I played it into his pads. Um, some people speak about senseless batting. Um, the idea is, you know how many runs you need to make. You know how many wickets have fallen. That should adjust your attitude. It should adjust the way you approach the whole thing. Um, but there seems to be no change in the way one bats.
So it's Edward, who's been successful so far in this game, he's picked up 3 wickets for 21 runs in 5 overs, set to continue from the far end. So on the far side, he's mixed up his deliveries. He's bowled some, given them some flight. Others he's rushed through. This one flighted
Goes
and
long.
yes, hits it over the man at mid off for 4. So they are continuing with the aggressive approach, but not a bad shot. It was half volley, and he was able to get under it and smack it over mid off for 4. I just want to do a little comparison, if I may, McCall.
Yeah.
Be in the Windward Islands innings between overs 11 and 20, they would have gotten 37 runs for the loss of 1 wicket, of course, consolidating after the loss of their captain Pascal. And this one is lined badly and clipped down the leg side. The batsman should come for 2. The captain Pascal throws it in. Yes, that one came off the bat. And in comparison, the Windward Islands would have accumulated 41 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. and so the back of the chase being broken in this 10 overs. From here, it's certainly improbable that they get to the target. And I'm saying improbable not because of the equation, but because
Mm.
of the wickets in hand and the impact that spin has had so far.
Yeah, well, like I normally say, the assets they have remaining may not be as potent as those that went on before, and so therefore the expectation of them getting these runs may be not as good as it could have been, because, like I say, we have diminishing assets as the you get deeper into the team. So there's one forward defensive. Edwards bowling 5 overs, 6 overs now, that is. Yes, and he has taken 3 for 27. And he was, my information is that that's a 6 over,
Yes.
3 for 27, no maidens. And Corey Fontenelle, right arm googly bowler, 5 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, 2 wickets. He's really creating some problems,
Yes,
given the fact that instead of going away from the right hander, he's coming back at you most times.
so these two bowlers have bowled 11 overs between them for 47 runs and got 5 wickets. Set to continue. Fontenelle, this one flighted again nicely, but met well by Morgan, who's on strike. Morgan, who's 1 from 5. Flighted again, and he's looking to hit this one straight. A huge 6. It hits the roof of the pavilion straight, and well, they're not tempering their approach. The Jamaican batsman, they're still looking to be a positive. That was a good shot. It was a flighted delivery, tempting, and Morgan obliged by hitting it on the roof of the players' pavilion here in St. Mary's Park in Cairn. It was a, a big hit. It's a fair
Fair
distance.
distance away, I must say. Yes, they're not changing their approach. Apparently, they say we'll go down fighting. And so that one was well pitched up. He took one step down and he went long. It got onto the roof of the pavilion, which is quite a distance and quite a clean hit. At the same time, if he had mishit and gone to a shot long on, we would
Yes.
say it was a poor decision to
Well-
go after it, but
well,
at least.
I would say, McCall, that the Windward Island shouldn't be too perturbed by that. They should encourage it. They have all about 110 runs to play with.
What they have to play with is 172 balls.
Yes.
The runs they must make.
Well, I meant more from the Windward Islands perspective. This one
Yeah.
looks to be the googly again. Of course, 110 runs with 4 wickets left. You want to get the batsman attacking. That's the best chance you'll get of getting them out. Ooh, and this one now, the leg spinner. So he's shown his variation and control, most importantly, as Fontenelle. Flighted again, and he's looking to go over long off and just gets there. So he's certainly not backing down, is Morgan. This one hit over long off and concludes the 22nd over. The score now 125 for 6.
You have 123 or 6.
Sorry, 123. Yes,
That's
my
right.
apologies.
The Jamaican under 19 requires 104 runs, and to play with that, they have 168 balls. Of course, Morgan will be the bowler from the other end. He has delivered. Edwards have bowled 6 overs for 27 runs with 3. Hardy Fontenelle 6, 32 and 2. And so we have Morgan on 13 from 10, and Paget Nelson on 11 from 16.
And I think we're going to see a change in bowling from the far end. So Edward is now going to be replaced by, it looks like, Kurt Murray. And Murray, he is the fifth highest wicket taker coming into this match.
Similar thing, well flighted. Similar, so they're teasing, they are encouraging the Jamaicans to go.
So Murray
And
has had he's had a remarkable haul in this tournament. He has amassed 12 wickets at an economy of 2.44, with best bowling
that
figures
one
of
was
4 for
struck back
20.
in the air. Sorry,
That's right.
VJ.
Yes.
Struck in the air past the bowler to his left, and it went down to a wide, long off area where it was fielded. 1-1 resulting.
Sorry, Murray, best bowling figures of 4 for 20 against Trinidad and Tobago. And he was joined with his brother Kirsten coming into this match, 12 wickets. This one speared in and a no ball signal. So the first real transgression by the Windward Islands in regard to no balls, free hit signal. So an opportunity to get more runs.
And go as long as you would wish.
It's the man Morgan as well on strike. He's the one that the Jamaican would hope to take a majority of strike. And this one is wide, so he'll have to bowl it over. It will still be a free hit. Morgan striking two huge sixes in the last over. And a full toss, and he's caught and bowled, but of course a free hit. And so a dot ball would be registered by the scorers. And he would be disappointed with Morgan. It was a full toss. He had everywhere on the field to hit that one, but he just played it back to the bowler. And this one full again and squeezed out to mid-on, who misfields. And he struck the stump and he's given out. Yes. And so well, there is an old adage to not run on a misfield, and I believe it was the brother of Kurt Murray, Kirsten, left-handed, pick up and throw at the non-striker's end, sees the batsman, and it's the dangerous Morgan who departs for 13 from 12 deliveries, and Jamaica now further in the mire. They had 125 for 7.
Yeah, Murray, looks like Murray. Kirsten Murray. Yeah. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's a comedy of things that happen. The bowler delivered a no ball, and it's very strange that a spin bowler bowls a no ball. A free hit was given, he bowled a wide, and then eventually he bowled a legal delivery, full toss, struck back to the bowler, which he took. There was no eventuality because it was a free hit. Then he bowled another ball. He played it. The man down on the boundary, well, he wasn't on the boundary, a short long on. He missed field just momentarily, and then they thought here is the opportunity for a single, so they crossed. But one guy didn't make it because the Kirsten, the fast bowler left-handed, threw the wicket down, and the umpire answered the appeal in the affirmative. So there's a run out that Jamaica could ill afford. They could ill afford to have that run out, but that was the case.
So we'll take a short break here for water, and we'll join you on the other side of the break.
game, that is.
And
97 runs yet to get, 162 balls. It's still the numbers still in the court of the Jamaicans, but the reality on the ground is that that may just not happen.
Laws facing up, and he's driving Laws, of course, the left arm Chinaman. He himself caused a lot of problems uh, for the Windward Islands batsmen when they were bowling, the Jamaicans. This one just played into the leg side for single. Just want to give some updates on the other matches.
Mhm.
As at the water break, the Leeward Islands in the seventh place playoff game against USMN 2. Uh, they made 211 all out. The USMN 2 are now 96 for 5 in 24 overs. They require 111 from 155 deliveries in the fifth place playoff. A single is taken here. Yes, in the fifth place playoff, Trinidad and Tobago, they made 128 for 9 with the wicketkeeper batsman. He was retired hurt, and Guyana 109 for 4 in 29 overs. They required 20 runs from 130 deliveries. And finally, in the first place playoff match between USMN's team 1 and Barbados, the USMN's team would have made 212 all out. Ooh, he's looking to go big is Laws.
They're reaching for this one. Luckily, his bat and pad were close enough together. Bounces out on the onside of the wicket.
So of course the Ooh, and this one is flicked stylishly to mid wicket, and the batsman should push for 2. And they're gonna get there. I think Laws was a little late setting off, but got there comfortably in the end. We've seen some hesitation by the Jamaican batsman at the end of over number 24. The score 132. Is it? It's gonna be no 134 for 7.
Yeah, 93 runs left to be scored. 156 balls are available. Just that there are only 3 wickets to fall. And like I said, as Al said earlier today, the maths, suggest that, but the reality on the ground is different.
Yes.
The strength of the assets available may not get you to the required score.
This one cracked away for a single. A misfield, and the batsman should come for 2. And a bit some sleepy work out there. Again, it's that man McDowell. He took a brilliant catch, but he has been guilty of a few misfields in that backward point region. And added to that, the man at deep cover probably thought he was going to get that, and he didn't come off the boundary. It's Daniel that's sweeping out there. Oh, and he's looking to go big, and he goes straight. And a brilliant catch taken. He was running from mid on, so he had to take that running backward over his shoulder. Always a difficult catch. I think it's Kirsten Murray again out there, the left arm fast bowler. And again, just another ill-advised shot, this time by the wicketkeeper batsman Nelson. He departs now for 19 from 23 deliveries.
The catch must be praised given the fact that within his eye line was his partner. He looked like Fontaine was closing in on him. Maybe they communicated that this one is mine. But that normally creates a problem when 2 persons go after a ball and nobody calls to say my catch. But apparently there was communication, and it was a brilliant catch from an awful stroke from Nelson, having done so well up to this point, now giving it away. Again, if you look at the number of Jamaicans who have been out, down on the boundary trying to go long, and the figures do not suggest that that is required. The only figure that it's eight wickets down for 136. So there are 91 runs yet to go, and 154 balls in which to get them. Too many of them fall because of injudicious stroke play.
The spin twins for Jamaica, Redwood, the right arm leggy, is out there with the left arm Chinaman. Of course, they cause more damage with the ball. They'll need to do it with the bat here. Of course, they'll be hoping for a miracle. Ooh, and this one full outside the off stump. And I just want to complete the update I was given about that game in Connery, the first place match. Barbados 166 for 3. They require 47 from 138 deliveries to crown themselves champions. But we are seeing the Windward Islands absolutely dominant, indomitable here. There's been just a steady procession of wickets since the 14th over. Jamaica, really, the batsmen have failed to apply themselves in any meaningful way, barring the captain. But he himself would have gotten out in such a disappointing fashion, trying to take on the man at long on, and he was well caught. And since then, it's signaled a slide that they've been unable to arrest. And a single now taken by Redwood, so he would get off the mark. And the score now 137 for 8 at the end of
137 for
over
8.
number 25.
137 for 8 is our score, and of course the Jamaicans they have no one to blame but themselves. They never showed like they wanted to stay. The captain got off to a blazing start. I think he was doing rather well, but what he needed to do was to bat longer and go deeper into the overs, and that would have gotten Jamaica to a very comfortable position. That did not happen.
We are about to join the action again. Sorry about that. We had a technical difficulties here, a loss of power, but we've rectified it. So we did have a fall of wicket though. It was uh, Vital Laws, as this one is swung away to the mid wicket area and it goes for 6. So it's the man Redwood swinging that one away, a slug sweep all the way over mid wicket for 6. Yes, it was that man Vital Laws. He would have played on to it was Fontenelle collected his 3rd wicket. Sorry about that, McCall.
That's okay. Okay, sir.
This time a full toss and it's driven sweetly down the ground for 4. So Redwood, he's gotten 10 runs off 2 deliveries here, 4 and a 6.
He's on to 12, by the way, Redwood. Facing Kurt Murray. In the background of this action is a flicked away to backward square leg, short backward square leg area, and it was fielded 1-1. I was saying in the background of all that we're looking at is this heavy cloud over in the north, and but that shouldn't bother us any, and and we could be pretty safe from that. Of course, if you look off to your right as well, there's another cloud to my right. Here he's trying to pull,
And we
pull.
see,
In fact, there will be a run out.
yes,
Yes,
and
he's
that
out
is
for
a
now.
direct hit. And so, Kirsten Murray, and I just was going to tell you, McCall, that you're speaking about the rain clouds.
Yes.
I didn't feel like we're going to get, it would have threatened the match in any way, the way that the Jamaicans have approached this innings. It's just been a remarkable implosion here. I'm struggling to find the words to describe what I've just
Well,
witnessed.
you just described it, a remarkable implosion of a situation that was all in their favor. And up to this time, all 440 balls left to get it. But the indiscretions, the the uh, the poor shot selection has led to their downfall from the captain right on down.
And so that run out, it really
Right.
succinctly captures the innings of the Jamaicans. It was just ill advised, no communication, ran down the wicket, didn't get a response from the non striker. And the director, they've been really good, barring just a few minor blemishes. But the
Mm.
Windward Islands throughout this tournament, and again, we saw it on show today with their fielding and their catching. They've been one of the
Yes.
better teams throughout this tournament
Yeah.
in that regard with their
But
fielding.
VJ Simmons, that's the end of the innings
Yes,
with 9 wickets, oh, 10
yes,
wickets
10
alone.
wickets.
That's
Yes,
right.
so Jamaica, they have been bowled out for an even 150 in this the 27th over. And we'll just do a quick recap for the viewers and listeners. The top scorer of the innings, the captain Brian Barnes, he got 46 from 33 deliveries, and he was supported by Tyreek Bryan, the opener, 29 from 44 deliveries. And since then, it was just a steady procession of wickets. And just to provide some figures, they lost uh, 8 wickets for 66 runs from over number 14 to this the 27th over, and a bit of an anticlimactic way to end this third place playoff. And we thought it would have been a much closer encounter, considering the start that the Jamaicans had. But as I said, it's just been a remarkable implosion by the Jamaicans. And we will sign off here
Yep.
now from St. Mary's Park in Keon. It was a pleasure to have you throughout this tournament here. On behalf of myself, Al Edwards, who has departed, and Wilman McCall, if he doesn't have anything to add, we would like to thank you for joining us, and we do hope you enjoyed the coverage. You can tune into one of the other matches that are happening now to see what the other results would be. But from here, Windward Islands, they uh, have accomplished their goal of being the third best team in this tournament. And so, a goodbye from us here, and a good afternoon.
Sir.